Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Remy McNeil. Joining me, as always, is the amazing Judgmental Critter.
Hello, that's me.
The ever vitrolic young Kaiser.
How y'all doing? I hope y'all enjoy the show.
And the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Oh, it's me. I am melting because we have sunny weather and we never get sunny weather here. Help.
Skill issue. Anyways, moving on.
So, if you may notice, this is a continuation of the last stream that we did covering the same video. Because we are covering Anthony... We're
Googly moogly.
Googly moogly.
Anthony
Moogly's video, YouTube critics are lying to you. And what we discovered is that YouTube critics, well, one of them is lying to you, the one who made the video about
the biggest plot
volume.
What?
People say, Raymond, turn up your volume.
Really?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, because you were low last stream. Yeah.
I was blowing my mic out last stream.
Well,
okay, 1 minute. Let me see if I can
yell more.
Testing.
Yeah.
Testing. Okay.
Does it sound better, guys?
Hopefully.
Okay, people are saying Kaiser said good.
Okay. Super chat from TeddyBearPaladin right out the gate. Funko Bear. To kill a nightmare is more than a matter of blades or sorcery. Big Brother says they are a direct representation of a human cub's fear. You can fell them, but they'll return. Oh, Funko Bear's learning from TeddyBearPaladin.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Did I turn it up yet? Turned up for what? Bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum.
The stream just abruptly ends on that.
and the freaking pillar men take over the stream instead.
No, I like it hard cuts and you just heard, what up? Directed.
Sean said, think of Ruby Volume 5. That should do it.
Yeah, true.
But no, genuinely, this video is one of the most baffling videos I have ever watched in my history of watching videos on YouTube. And I have watched, I'm including all the YouTube poops and shit posts out there that are just random shit happening. Those had more coherence than this video did.
You can tell that this is a video from a guy who just doesn't understand the culture of YouTube.
I'm kind of hopeful because he's clearly still super new. He only has a couple of videos on his channel. I think he's been doing it for a couple months now. Yeah. I'm so hopeful that down the line he'll get better and be really big, and then we can all look back at this video and he'll be like, yeah, this one I should have worded myself better or something.
Yeah.
Well, if he's going to do that, if he's ever going to, get to that point, he really needs to get down to what the hell is he trying to say? What problems specific, not even because the specific problems in a vacuum are fine. It's just who the hell is doing it. Just tell us who the hell is doing it.
That's why your model's breathing something serious.
I turned it down. It used to be worse.
Oh, wow.
Ryan Carson's like, why is Twilight getting bigger and smaller?
She's getting stronger. She's getting ready to do her eminent domain. I've been watching Jujutsu Kaisen.
Finally, someone has. God
it's so good.
It is. It's so fun.
It's one of those ones that everyone was raving about it. Everyone's raving about it so much. I'm like, I now have no desire to watch that whatsoever. It's like the
always
opposite.
A hipster.
It's like the opposite of bandwagon. It's just I just wow, everyone's really in love with this. For some reason that repulses me, and I'm not entirely sure why.
Oh, well, that happens to me all the time. And that's been a thing that's been going on with me since forever. Because I remember not wanting to get into Pokemon because everybody was talking about Pokemon, and I'm like, I don't want to get into this. But then I just happened to watch it at McDonald's one day, you know, back when McDonald's actually cared about their customers.
Yeah.
It just happened to be on TV, and I'm like, oh, this is actually pretty cool. So I'm gonna get into it now.
Hey, I was gonna
It's
say,
like-
they care about the customers. They made the chicken McGriddle. That was delicious. And then they didn't serve it where I am, so the ones near where I am hate me.
Oof. Oof.
Guys, my model has always been breathing in
Yeah.
all of these streams.
Yeah, what?
The only reason is like the settings I think had to get retweaked because you had to reset or something like that.
Yeah. But like, yeah, my model's always been breathing.
But yeah,
Sometimes with this model, well, this version of this system, it's not as sensitive as the other ones were, so maybe that's it.
regardless, the video that we're covering today and we have been covering, okay, let's try and decipher his points, because like he says at one point plot doesn't matter, but then he goes on an entire like spree of describing why plot matters, and then
Okay, so here's what I think in regards to the whole plot not mattering thing. He is trying to say that a bunch of YouTubers, apparently a significant number of them, place too much value in analyzing the plot of a story rather than other significant elements that make up a movie or a show or whatever the hell they're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's what, in essence, what he's trying to say. And with the Blade Runner example, he was trying to go down the rabbit hole of, oh, this is just me describing the summary of Blade Runner, and it doesn't sound very good, does it? The problem is that that's not what a plot is. A plot isn't a summary.
yeah,
I wish
that's why
he
they
had.
clarify a plot summary is a distinct thing from the plot.
Yes.
I
Not
wish
only
he
that,
had.
but like even a plot summary can sound interesting. It's the execution of it that makes or breaks it.
I wish he had more examples of what he didn't like that he's talking about these hypothetical people doing, because I don't. His example of how he perceives it didn't exemplify what he meant enough. So it kind of just sounds like he's saying plot doesn't matter, vibes only.
Yeah, no, but like that's the thing is the examples he did give were completely robbed of context, both inside the context of his video and outside the context. Like he didn't show any significant length of what they were talking about, so we would have a full context of what they were discussing, or if anything. And then on top of that, he didn't even really elaborate on why they were. You just randomly throw in clips that were completely unrelated to what he was saying, as far as we could tell. It was so bizarre in terms of editing choices, and several of them were actually misleading. Like he talked about how he totally didn't call Just Some Guy a homophobe, only for it to be revealed that he actually had called Just Some Guy a homophobe. And someone else commented that he took Shad completely out of context. Not necessarily that Shad's take on Princess Peach wearing pants in Mario, which itself was just a baffling out of context statement that we didn't have any
Also, it's just not true. Like Princess Peach has worn pants in the games before.
But like not only that, but he also admitted apparently in the actual review that he did. That was a reaction to the trailers. In his review, he admitted, I was completely wrong.
Yeah.
Like, so Shad was intellectually honest, and that was not at all addressed in this. So
it reads like somebody. It reads like somebody who already has a post hoc conclusion about these particular YouTubers, because I'm willing to believe that any one of these guys would probably be dishonest at some point, or do so to an obnoxious degree, because I don't watch most of these people. The only person I watched of the people that he showed significantly is Just Some Guy. So if any of these guys are doing anything that he is describing and it's making the environment in YouTube worse, I would be inclined to believe him. The problem is that he doesn't give me anything to work with. You have me defending Tyrone Magnus, dog. What do you want me to do?
I wonder if he's not actually watching their videos.
Oh,
he's just seeing clips like on TikTok or Twitter, and he's just using these already out of context clips that he has seen and not looking into the greater context, and he's just throwing them in here
That's you. I
because
wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I was gonna
When
say
you're
I get
more
that sensation.
of a YouTube boomer than fucking Shad, there's a problem.
This reeks to me of a video that was slapped together in maybe a maximum of like 2 or 3 weeks. Like, like obviously he wrote up maybe a bullet point script because he does ramble and stumble over himself quite frequently. So it's like he's coming up with certain things on the fly. So I feel like he maybe wrote up a script, recorded some audio, and then post hoc went out to find clips that actually tackled his points and maybe re-recorded to address them. He might have had like specific ones with like Literature Devil that we're going to be getting into because I know they're more substantive, but
like on that note, like on his thumbnail he has Lily Orchard and Rose Quartz from Steven Universe, and it just so happened to happen. This video comes out a couple of days after Lily Orchard's being talked about a bunch, and nothing we've seen. We're 16 minutes in, and he has only kind of alluded to Lily once in the video. And I would think if it's important enough to be on the thumbnail, there'd be a bigger talking point within the video right up front.
Especially
so I'm wondering if
since
maybe he's trying to like... I'm wondering if he's trying to like catch that wave of the algorithm because Lily Orchard is being talked about.
Considering how long the Lily Orchard section is compared to a lot of the other sections in this, where it's, I mean, I don't know if it'll show up on stream because of how things are formatted, but I have it pulled up on YouTube to actually look at. So the Literature Devil section goes from 17 minutes to 23 minutes, so about 6 to 7 minutes worth of content. Every single one after that is a blip on the radar. Then he talks about Anita Sarkeesian for 31 to 39, so about 8 minutes. And then he talks about Lily Orchard about 39 to 43, about 5
which is ironic because the only clip that he showed in the last stream that we did that actually held up to his point was the Lily Orchard one. Because yes, people, there is literally zero context unless you're joking. There is zero context in which implying the only people who disagree with you about fucking anime of all things are transphobic or whatever is bad, no matter the context. I'm sorry.
It's really
so yeah.
It's really revealing then that it's either revealing of him or revealing of her or revealing of both about the fact that either Lily Orchard is just so bad that even someone as incompetent, I'm using incompetence as the nice phrasing instead of malicious because he could be malicious in making this. I have seen enough evidence to make that judgment call. But if he's someone as incompetent as him, even he gets it right that Lily Orchard is bad because she's just that bad. Or it's just coincidence.
Lily Orchard is just that bad, and also he's incompetent.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm still making my video on one of her videos, and I am suffering. This whole week, I've only gotten from 7 minutes to 11 minutes with my editing. Help me.
Great
I'm taking too long.
Oh boy, here we go again. Can't wait to see how worse it gets. Let's get it started. I mean, we probably should start getting on this.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the meantime, donate money for Twilight's mental health. Thank you.
Yes, please. I felt like I've gone insane, and I started questioning myself. Raymond saw me have like a bit of an anxiety attack over this, and I'm like, am I just like going insane? Am I misinterpreting what Lily is saying? Like, do I have to like rewrite my whole video? And Raymond's like, calm down, your video's fine. Like, Raymond,
it's fine, lady. Okay, we'll put it up on the kitchen wall.
Yeah, I was gonna say she had to help me with my hero video because I started feeling that way at some point. Like, it's just a natural thing when you're covering someone for so long and there's a lot of points to cover that you're like getting lost in the sauce. So having someone to pull you back to reality and being like, no, it really is that bad, helps a lot.
That's how I
Mhm.
felt about the Zell video as well.
All right, here we go. I think we had just finished off the plot point about his horrible interpretation of Blade Runner, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
did.
Where he
And there was a brief bit about Excalibur as well.
right, which it completely defeated
Yeah.
his point because it actually, in that brief window, displayed an amount of character that he said was absent.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can
And he
follow
also
along
said
very
that-
well.
oh,
I'm
go
sure
ahead.
some of you are doing that with this video right now. When I was in college, I wrote essays while listening to Red Letter Media's Star Wars reviews.
Star Wars The Phantom Menace was the most disappointing thing since my son.
However, to keep audiences engaged and for longer, what a lot of reviewers resort to is hyper-emphasizing the negative. Finding new
Here we
things
go.
to critique every 5 seconds. Focus on a new plot hole. Focus on a new cliche. Focus on a new trick that pulls the plot along in order to trick you into thinking you're having fun. In the more extreme example, anything that tries to
What?
Okay, that was a weird thing you just did.
God.
Okay, so let's okay. You know what? Let's take a step back. What was his point here? That
That when
YouTubers-
someone
Yeah,
is making a YouTube critique, they make new points regularly because that's what you do when you're doing an entertainment video, and you don't just drone about one topic for 17 minutes.
yeah, but like,
Chat, you've been tricked. You've been tricked, chat.
but I was gonna say the point he's making here is not the point he thinks he's making here, because he's like, oh god, they keep. I think he was trying to imply that they invent a new plot point or plot hole to examine every few minutes. Sorry, to keep traction. And
Right.
like, that's not how that
Rick
works.
you.
That's
we gaslight you into thinking that you're having fun on our videos.
yeah. Congratulations, guys.
You've
Yeah.
been bamboozled.
Meanwhile, what you
hoodwinked,
do,
and
Anthony,
outright
is you just
deceived.
flash up a new video of someone else for 5 seconds that you disagree with
Yeah.
without telling us why.
Is this like a psyop? Or is he doing the thing so that we can understand that he's doing the thing and that this is a problem? He should stop doing it.
It's so infuriating because this is that mindset of, well, I don't think that this wasn't a critique I had, so clearly you're making up a lie. It's something
Yeah.
that people say to me all the time about Ruby. It's like, well, I didn't
Yes.
think Bumblebee was done poorly, so you're lying about it. And you're trying to
Exactly,
just
yo.
trick people. It's
Yeah.
so buffoonish to have
It's
such a
stupid.
small worldview to not understand opinions exist and can be different.
Right. Somebody can just be wrong about something. The reason why we are ascribing motivation to Anthony here throughout this video is because he is making a video specifically about the concept of critics on YouTube intentionally lying to you while he proceeds to lie himself. So I have no idea where he gets the impression that any of these people are intentionally being dishonest in their critique, except for Lil Yorcher for obvious reasons. So he is fighting an uphill battle here.
Well, there's also the thing that happens in a video essay is you could be using multiple examples in sequence to build towards a greater point. Here are all the times that characters contradict themselves with what they say and do. I am now
Like
presenting you
literally what Red
this,
Letter Media
and
does.
this, and this, and this. And those have been all the points where characters contradict themselves. And now I will explain why that is bad. Like,
Yeah.
it's basic essay writing 101. You learned this in 2nd grade.
Also, the implication that you are tricking the audience, like if the audience is having fun, like how is that a trick?
Like,
By that
and
logic,
usually,
entertainment is a trick. What the fuck?
and the thing I don't think he understands is people have fun because they like hearing others validate the same opinions they have.
Yes.
I say Frozen is bad. If you like Frozen, you're not going to enjoy what I have to say. But if you also
Right.
think Frozen is bad, hearing me talk about it will make you have fun because we just like validating ourselves.
Here's a fun fact.
Right.
I love The Winter Soldier, the Marvel film, Captain America, The Winter Soldier. I think it's
Right.
fucking awesome. I
Right.
know people that I respect, EFAP, they have some very strong opinions about how bad that film is. I
Right.
know I would not enjoy hearing that conversation. Maybe someday I'll work up to it, but I just haven't watched that EFAP conversation because I don't
Sure.
want that vision of that I hold of that film to be ruined. Now, I don't doubt that if I go back to that film and watch it now with a little more of my heightened awareness of criticism, that I might pinpoint the issues that they also have. But like,
Right.
there is an element that it's less that people are being dragged in and being pummeled into submission until they smile. It's more so people
Yeah.
are coming to a water trough because they're thirsty.
Yeah, at the end of the day, people choose to watch these videos, Anthony. It is a choice. I'm not tricking people to bring them down here to watch me make a bunch of freaking dick jokes every time I talk shit about Ruby. People choose to do that.
I'm kind of halfway because like I like being validated in my opinion on things, so I like to watch people playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time, for instance, because I like experiencing their experience playing the games for the first time. There is a small YouTuber out there that I've been watching who's just gonna get into Kingdom Hearts 2. I had to help him go through Chain of Memories because he didn't know how the card system worked. So I was like his lifesaver there. It was fun. But I also wouldn't like watching criticism videos of it because, well, for one thing, I don't like a lot of the criticism for Kingdom Hearts. I think a lot of the criticism out there is kind of bad. So I already have a negative opinion on criticism towards Kingdom Hearts in general. There probably is some good criticism for Kingdom Hearts out there, and probably some that I would like concede and agree with. But yeah, like, because video games are like, not every single video game is perfect, but there is so much bad faith or just really stupid criticism out there that it's like, I don't feel like I want to be challenged there. But at the same time, sometimes I find it really fun to go watch a criticism video about a show or a movie that I like, because I like hearing other people's different opinions and seeing like how that can shape or reshape or maybe even strengthen my opinions on the show that I enjoy in some way, or see it from a different light.
I feel
So,
like
like,
a lot of this-
can
ahead.
help you understand what your own nostalgia blindness can be. Like,
Yeah.
you don't realize what exactly it is.
Well, and sometimes it
Yeah.
helps you reevaluate, like even the wrong types of even criticism that is wrong helps you reevaluate the things that you're like. I talk about the criticism.
it
that I'm
sharpens
covering
you,
with
really.
with My Hero, and what it did. I'm like, wait, no, that sounds correct, but is it really? So I went back
Yeah.
and I scrolled through the manga, and I'm like, wait, no, that is not correct. In fact, there's a completely different impression that you missed. Like,
Yeah, it helps you sharpen your understanding of the work by seeing dissenting voices. That's what I used to do when
Yeah.
I first got introduced to My Hero. I looked at a lot of people who were talking shit about it, and it helped me understand it more. Now, of course, I don't have the highest opinion of it overall, but I'm not one of these. I could be much worse people. There are way, way worse faith people out there
Yeah.
towards this series.
Like the guy that Raymond's gonna respond to.
the guy means well, but my God, is he just like completely misses about everything.
Stay
Like,
tuned, people.
do you remember, I think it was like 4 years ago by now, it was around the time when Squid Game was first coming out. There was a guy in the Tundra, I don't think he's in there anymore, but there was a guy who was like, I think that the themes of Squid Game are this, and the show does a really bad job at portraying the themes in Squid Game. And everybody's like, what? No, the themes are not that at all. What are you talking about? It's very blatantly this. Like, it punches you over the head with the themes. What are you talking about? Of course the themes aren't gonna be well written in that way because those themes don't exist.
All right, well, we've kept Anthony waiting long enough.
to
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
invoke
sorry,
an
buddy.
emotion in the audience,
Let's go
plot
back.
along, in order to trick you into thinking you're having fun.
They trap
In the
you
more
in a
extreme
genjutsu.
examples, anything that tries to invoke an emotion in the audience is deemed manipulative. It's deemed cheap by the critic. Now, a bad faith media.
It can be if it's
What?
not
I mean,
supported by the text of the actual story. Like,
Yes.
if you put a picture of a dead dog on screen and a little child crying over it, like, that's immediately evocative. But if it has nothing to do
Yeah.
with the plot, has nothing to do with, like, the actual state of the world, if just the characters drive by a dead dog on the side of the road with a kid crying over it to get you to cry, like, that's manipulative.
Yeah, that
And
is manipulative.
That's admittedly
I
an
remind
example
you-
for what a lot of critics covered, but like it is an example that I can give to help emphasize it.
I remind you of my example from last week of Moggy with Aladdin just bringing all these dead people back from the Ruch to see their dead loved ones again, to tell them don't fight anymore. It's okay, even if bad things are happening in the real in like life. You'll be happy once you're dead, I guess.
Not to mention, oh, dude, Genlock Season 2 apparently did the same thing.
No,
Yes.
perfect. Okay, someone said Last of Us. Last of Us 2 is a perfect example. There's
That too.
there's several of them. Like there's the saving the zebra, so you immediately become emotionally invested in the in Abby's father. So at the end,
Right.
in the end of the sequence, when you learn, oh, he was killed by Joel during the end of the first game, it's like, oh, okay, I see why you did that. You wanted us to quickly attach to this guy, so when he died, it was basically it was using a shorthand, and that can feel
Right.
very dirty if done way too quickly. But then
Or better
also
yet-
the end of the
Go ahead.
story where
Mhm.
Ellie spares Abby for killing Joel, and she's
Yeah.
sitting there crying as Abby and her what's his face go off into the sunset, and it's like
I guess.
Ellie's sitting there crying like she's like, oh, I've done the right thing, I've made the right choice, I've done what Joel would have wanted, completely ignoring the army of bodies she has left in her wake in her search for revenge. She didn't have to go anywhere. She just wanted to get revenge, and that's why all the people in her wake had to die. So it's like,
Hey,
Yeah,
That-
Leon, the
Hey.
Pyrrha statue.
oh yeah, I was about to say, Critter, remember the Pyrrha statue? Your
I'm-
favorite part of Ruby? Your
I'm
favorite
literally
scene?
in the middle of editing a video that goes into detail about how this is dumb and it could be better.
oh
I
god.
remember that is the height of just emotional manipulation, really. But yeah, like
What's sick about
Yeah.
a lot of manipulation is that it relies on the meta understanding of the world. A lot of emotional manipulation. So the Pyrrha statue example, we know that Pyrrha was famous all around Mistral. We know that she was a big name. So her having a statue of herself in memorial of her makes sense. And then you remember, yeah, she was a celebrity, but we don't necessarily put up a statue of every celebrity, especially when they were just one of many names that died in a massive tragedy. No one knows she went up to sacrifice herself against Cinder. In fact, the last memory everyone had of Pyrrha was that she had torn a poor girl into pieces accidentally. She was a contributor to the major tragedy that happened. So it's like on several levels of logic, it falls apart. But in the meta, they relied on the fandom believing in some version of Pyrrha that doesn't actually exist in the text.
The thing with Anthony's video is that he's just making a sweeping generalization. It's not some critics do this, some videos do this. He's saying it like every single YouTube critique out there is painted to trick you and manipulate you, and they blah blah blah. Like I would expect better nuance,
Mhm.
honestly.
Well, he worked for
what- and-
CBR. How much nuance does he have?
I mean that too, but like this says a lot because he has other media analysis videos on his YouTube page. What makes you think that he isn't manipulating you with those videos? Like he has this thing about X-Men 97. Are you trying to get into my mind, pull a Professor X to manipulate me into thinking that you're correct? Like, what is this?
Examples. Anything that tries to invoke an emotion in the audience is deemed manipulative. It's deemed cheap by the critic. Now, a bad faith media critic will take away the themes and ideas of a work in order to solve the problems the media presents. It being good being that problem. Why is The Last Jedi so awful? How is Steven Universe bad, actually? How is Sherlock bad, actually? Oh, wait, that actually was a good video, actually. Why is...
Why was it a good video? Elaborate.
Yeah, why?
Also, I want to address, like, oh, they'll take away the themes. No, they will fucking challenge the themes. They will say, these are the themes that the video, that the story is trying to present to us, but here are the reasons why it's undermined. The reason why The Last Jedi was undermined is that it was telling us the theme was learning from your mistakes, but multiple times, characters do not actually learn from their mistakes. Like, they're either rewarded for doing nothing, or it's like, there are several different reasons you could break that down.
Not to mention, and on the Steven Universe end, like, the reason why Lily is wrong about what was it, the themes of the story being broken because of the plot is sort of the inverse. She doesn't have evidence that displays that facilitates her point. In fact, she shows the opposite. She cuts details. She omits certain character decisions or facts about the world that were blatantly stated in the text to support her argument.
Not to mention, she just lives in an entirely different fucking universe to our reality.
I'm gonna be real. Anthony gives me such James Somerton vibes.
Oh my god.
He does.
Maybe it's because I was rewatching all the James Somerton stuff with H Bomber Guy and Todd in the Shadows, but just something about his cadence and his mannerisms. It just.
Maybe he styled himself after him.
Ew. Why?
I don't know. I don't know who James Somerton is.
Let's not. Let's bring it down a little bit, okay?
Buys just 99 DeviantArt fetishes. Okay, well, that's actually just not a video on YouTube. How is Sherlock bad, actually? Oh, wait, that actually was a good video, actually. Why is Totally Spies just 99 DeviantArt fetishes? Okay, well, that's actually just not a video on YouTube, I think, but it should be.
That actually, I agree with that. That should be.
Saber Spark did it.
Though. What are some examples of bad media criticism? Let's start with the Mary Sue criticism. One of the more widely used ones. Every female character is stamped with this moniker, from Captain.
No, they're not.
Edward Cullen is a Mary Sue.
What?
Like Ella Swan is also a Mary Sue, but Edward Cullen is also.
Are you going to sit here and tell me that the live action Mulan isn't a Mary Sue? Get the fuck? Are you kidding? No, let him. You know what? Let's let him finish. Let's let him finish.
Anastasia Steele is not a Mary Sue. She's a self-insert, though. Same with Bella Swan.
Self-insert.
Oh, that's fair. That's actually probably fair.
They're really bad self-inserts, but they're not Mary Sue, sure.
People conflate self-inserts with Mary Sues all the time, and sometimes there is overlap, but they are not mutually exclusive, but they are not the same thing.
I should give some fairness. I have not really consumed any of Twilight, so I'm only doing that based on popular perception.
You lucky piece of shit.
I know it's not fair of me to do that, but popular zeitgeist has gotten to me. I'm holding myself accountable.
Please specify the books or the movies.
I've not consumed any of the Twilight franchise.
Thank you.
And before we move on, I just want to say the dictionary definition of Mary Sue, just so we're all on the same page.
Yep.
Noun, Mary Sue, plural, Mary Sues, originally in fanfiction, a type of female character who is depicted as unrealistically lacking in flaws or weaknesses. That is what the dictionary definition of Mary Sue is, in case someone was unaware.
That is, that's not the one that I think is all, there are several different definitions. That is one definition, but there's a broader one, which is a little more applicable, I think, which is, it is a character around which the story bends.
Yes.
that is the more largely like applicable one to a lot of these criticisms.
Yeah, it is a character who is incredibly favored by the plot and basically wrecks
Because
the
usually
consistency of that story because of that favoritism.
a good
and usually that encompasses the lack of flaws in the character.
A good
Yeah,
example, though, is
usually.
like Superman can be a Mary Sue, but he is a superpowered character, and you can do interesting stories where they still are challenged and struggle and go through hardships, even though they have this great amount of power. There are other ways
Right.
to challenge them in a story. And
Also,
in
I
those
don't
stories,
think-
they're not Mary Sues.
I don't think that using characters like Superman or Batman or any comic book character that has been around for like 70 years is really a fair comparison, because the majority of other stories don't last that long.
Well, I was gonna say
So
it's oh,
No.
sorry.
Like, it's not really a fair comparison when you get all of these opportunities for these characters to redeem themselves or to fall on their faces, and most people will just ignore the stories that fall on their faces because they have experienced stories where these characters are written well. But you don't get that opportunity with 95% of other media and other characters. You have the one shot, and if you don't get those characters right the first time, they're likely not to get another opportunity.
I was gonna say,
Are people going to give favoritism towards freaking Golden Age Superman comics? Fuck no. But they are going to show favor to the freaking animated series.
My brain went more so to, because like he's going to be covering what's his face's video,
Literature Devil.
And in his video, he usually highlights Superman and Dream from what is that? Sandman.
Yeah, Sandman.
And he talks about, and that's a one-off. Dream is a one-off, and he talks about how Dream has an incredible amount of power, yet still is a compelling character. And then he also goes into comparing Luke and Rey, but I imagine we'll get to that in this video, hopefully, because we're in his section and we still haven't seen hide nor hair of him. Also, Zero to Hero says, Ellie at the end of the game doesn't actually go for revenge. It's stated both in cutscene and in her journal that she needs closure and she has no idea what form that will take. And in doing so, she ends up killing a whole bunch of people. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't give a shit what kind of closure she needs. She is a horrible person. That is a terrible end to the game.
I need closure, so I'm just gonna massacre a bunch of people. Teehee.
And just stop, because like they didn't earn it. Even if I could believe that, okay, maybe there's a chance that she might stop at some point when she was just at the goal. I don't know, man. It's already a huge stretch as is.
And it's also completely ignoring that she had been on a quest of revenge and killed a bunch of people before that. So it's like, got a lot going on there.
Examples of bad criticism. Let's start with the Mary Sue criticism. One of the more widely used ones. Every female character is stamped with this moniker, from Captain Marvel to Rey Skywalker. And, does this always apply?
Luke Skywalker stands as a good character, and why Rey stands as a lifeless, blatant Mary Sue.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like
That's your argument. Come on.
your opinion, man.
That's also your opinion, douchebag. What the
What's
fuck?
a Mary Sue anyway? The origins of the term date back to the Star Trek fandom, as a parody of the self-insert characters who are just good at everything.
This is not
they
the
do,
origins.
and
No.
everyone-
No. You are lying. This is not the origins. This is a fan comic made inspired by the origins of Mary Sue.
I
By
think
Kevin Bulk.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the history and just showing this as a visual.
Yeah.
There is a visual, though. There's a visual you could totally use. There was an original art piece someone accompanied with their Mary Sue story that he could use.
I'm not disagreeing he's incompetent. I'm just letting you know that's not what he's saying.
Yeah, I think it's fair that he's just using this as visual representation. I'm trying to be as generous to him as possible, because if we weren't, this man would be dead already.
It's silly because in the comic, Mary Sue, the way Kevin Bulk writes it, she develops so much she stops being a Mary Sue, and that's the whole point of the comic. So that's what makes it silly to me.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Everyone loves
Kid
them.
design.
They're just fantastic. They can do no wrong, and they're just better than everyone else. Making fun of pure wish fulfillment. Now, what separates a true Mary
because
Sue
wish
from,
fulfillment
say,
is only valuable to the person who has that need for the wish fulfillment. It's the reason why self-inserts are uncomfortable is because it's basically like reading somebody's diary.
Oh my god, dude, your background is so noisy. Like
I
didn't
was looking
realize
at it
until
last time.
just now. But like the way you put things over it, also, oh my god, dude, that text is so fucking small, I can't read it. If you're using this as an actual example, or you're just using it like, oh, you see, they have the same bullet points, so they're obviously the same type of character, when that's not at all the case. Also, you cited Literature Devil. He has some great examples to this. Please use them.
Yep.
Luke Skywalker's or other heroes is the lack of struggle.
Pushed onto us under the thin veneer of homage, the stories of Rey and Luke Skywalker make a fairly easy side-by-side comparison.
What? No,
He
what?
was saying that the story has similar plot beats. That was all he was saying with that example.
What are you talking? Dude, what is with? Oh my god, he is trapped in his own.
All right, let's keep
hypocrisy
hearing
again.
him out because he's using. Who's nitpicking now, buddy?
Yeah,
Of Rey and Luke Skywalker make a fairly easy side-by-side comparison.
Are you implying? No, he's not. It's just
no.
He's just saying that the movies are very similar.
Yeah, the same plot beats happen in
Everything
the movies.
should just come to the character naturally being able to do everything without needing to grow or develop. They start at a point of perfect skill level and never need to improve.
No, that's
Not
Rey.
necessarily.
You are
Yeah, that's
misunderstanding the example of Rey versus the broader definition. Rey is one type of Mary Sue. You can technically have many types of Mary Sue. What matters is how the story reacts around them. So,
yeah, the Mary Sue is like an entire archetype, but there are different archetypes within archetypes, just like any other character archetype.
I absolutely agree. They didn't execute that very well. This is from Zero to Hero about Ellie from The Last of Us. I'm just throwing in the air. Sifu did a much better version of what The Last of Us 2 tried to do. Okay, interesting.
I heard good things about that game.
And outside of skill level, they also just have perfect relationships with everyone.
Which means Rey and Luke are both expected to begin their journey as relatively normal people, discounting legendary fathers, ancient prophecies, etc.
Let's look at a few common criticisms of Rey to see why people think she's a Mary Sue.
Luke Skywalker is introduced with a particular set of skills such as general knowledge on droids, how to drive, and how to use weaponry. Now, how does he know these things? Believe it or not, the movie doesn't need to tell us directly. It is a movie after all. It can show.
So Luke knowing how to use a weapon owned only by Jedis and knowing how to fly in space despite never being off-world. Just no, pause. Luke was trained in the lightsaber by Obi-Wan and continued that training long after Obi-Wan had died. And then, and then the first lightsaber fight he gets into, he gets his fucking arm cut off.
Yeah. Not to mention the fucking other weaponry knew how to use was a freaking blaster. And we actually got told in story about this. I'm pretty sure he said, oh, I used to practice doing this with my friends back in Tatooine or something along. I forget the exact dialogue. And I know for a fact he said something.
He most of the time, he's just shooting with a laser, and he's no more competent than, say, the average stormtrooper. So it's like
this is the kind of, like, argument that I don't agree with, because the thing Ant is trying to say is Rey is not a Mary Sue. That's what he's trying to say. A concept I agree with, you know? I don't think she's a great character, but I don't think she's a Mary Sue.
I agree.
But he's going about it all wrong. He's not trying to argue that Rey isn't a Mary Sue. He's trying to argue, oh, but Luke is just the same, so he would be essentially a Gary Stu by your own standards. And it's like, don't focus on the Luke half. It's just going to make you look petty, trying to disprove a point about a character that is unrelated to the character you are trying to discuss.
I believe it's called a whataboutism. It's just a what about that? Okay, so then Luke is a bad character too, but Rey is also still a bad character. So what now?
Yeah. And like, I know that there is, like, Mary Sue is thrown around like it's free candy or whatever. Like, a lot of people just say, oh, I don't like this character, therefore they're Mary Sue. It's like, no, not necessarily. A character can be bad, but not a Mary Sue. And, like, you can have Rey as a not very good character and not have her be a Mary Sue. Because, like, the main thing that I understood about Rey, having only watched the first 2 movies, is that she doesn't have the practical skills or the training, but because she was an orphan, she has all of these other skills for survival, and she has a lot more instinct than a guy who just grew up on a farm would have. Like, it compensates for that.
In the third, it's so dumb. In the third movie, they do have an explanation to kind of explain away her other unrealistic abilities that you could argue about. It's the dumbest thing, and I hate it, but there is an explanation.
Just make her a Kenobi. And then, guess what you could have done, Disney? You could have made that Kenobi show actually about Kenobi, like, hooking up with someone. You could have done a lot.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like,
yeah.
I think Literature Devil actually does a very good job of laying out an argument why Rey would qualify as a Mary Sue. Disagreement or not, I think that's fine. Like, I think she is. I think he made a very compelling point, but I can see your points of view on that. Like, I think you can.
Yeah, and at the very least, I think we can agree that she's way less of one in The Force Awakens. I'm willing to just give you that. Fuck it, whatever, except for a couple of portions that are a little iffy. But even with all that being said, remember why we're here. Anna's trying to say that the Mary Sue argument, or even using the term, is in of itself an example of bad media criticism, which is factually false. People use it the wrong way, but that doesn't mean the term is bad. This is the problem I had with Lily's video. He's doing the same shit. He's trying to say, hey, a bunch of assholes on the internet are using this term I don't like wrong, and I guess the term is bad, and it's like, no.
I was gonna say,
not how English works.
People abuse alcohol all the time. Is alcohol bad? No.
I wonder why. Sorry, Critter. I'll have you go because you haven't spoken.
Oh, I was just gonna say, the worst thing is, on a level, I agree. I don't like the term Mary Sue. I think it's kind of outdated. I think it's just kind of rooted in sexism, and that's the way most people use it. But I do agree on that regard, but also I can understand that not everyone uses it that same way. And I wish any of what I just said, he could have said. And could have said any of those points, because I gave points that actually, like, matter to why I think the term shouldn't be used, or, like, is kind of outdated and stuff. But he isn't saying that, he's just trying to weirdly disprove people's more well-worded points about how they're trying to use the word Mary Sue.
Thank you for being related to the point that I was going to make, because I was going to say those people who criticize the term Mary Sue could also be seen as sexist, because it was a term created by a woman, and the only time, like, I have never seen a literature term so heavily criticized, except for the ones that were directly created by women, including Mary Sue. So therefore, you could make the argument that anyone who criticizes the term Mary Sue is also sexist, because the only terms that are criticized that heavily when it comes to media critique are those created by women.
Welcome to
See, now we're at an impasse. We have completely different points. How can we trick our audience if they don't know which one to believe?
Oh my god!
I know. I'll throw in a third point that's unrelated. So your formatting on your pop-up text is still fucking awful. Like, you have the white sticking off the blue at the top, and their drop shadows are so far from it, it does nothing to actually define the letters, so they pop out more. It just looks like it's hovering. So the top of the S disappears completely, and the K disappears into Luke's outfit, and it's just so awful. Why did you do it this way? Please watch a video on how to edit videos. It would.
It's also
you so much
on
effort.
Screen for seconds. You can barely have time to read it.
Yeah.
And you know what? If it's a lot of text, why don't you just make it
Re-record.
a spoken statement? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you got
knowledge on
10
droids,
billion
how
jump
to drive,
cuts
and how
anyway.
to use weaponry. Now, how does he know these things? Believe it or not, the movie doesn't need to tell us directly. It is a movie after all. It can show us things, and we, as the audience, can make logical connections. Rey doesn't have anything for the audience to...
Oh, did you see that?
His like,
Congratulations. He cut away from his elaboration on that point, because he does elaborate on that point. He goes into detail about all the different things that are said in the background, like his experience in piloting is mentioned 3 or 4 times prior to him getting in the cockpit.
Anthony, you're being a naughty boy.
Naughty.
Not,
You need to go into the Fungeon.
Oh, God.
Okay, you might think that sounds like it's a fun dungeon. No, it's a fungus dungeon.
Yeah.
It's a Funyun dungeon.
I was gonna say critical. It's a fungus dungeon built on Funyuns, all right? Which Critter finds fun because she's a swamp thing. But but you won't.
Yeah, that might rust my systems or something.
It is a movie after all. It can show us things, and we, as the audience, can make logical connections. Rey doesn't have anything for the audience to connect with. Instead,
actually, you know what? I'm going to try and
tell us directly. It is a movie after all. It can show us things, and we, as the audience, can make logical connections. Rey doesn't have
damn it!
You're never gonna get it.
He's gonna spend like the next 20 minutes trying to get it. Just pull it up on YouTube, and then do a scroll.
And we, as the audience, can make logical connections.
Okay, I'm not. You know what? I'm not gonna bother with it. But I knew what happened there, so I could point it out.
Yes.
Rey doesn't have anything for the audience to
he's
connect
a bad
with.
editor.
Instead, the movie decides to focus on how alone she is. In fact, you could say that she's almost like a human version of Pixar's WALL-E, without the humanity. Luke was taught farming skills by his uncle because his uncle was a farmer. The movie spends a decent amount of time establishing this fact, while Rey can scavenge and survive alone on the desert home planet because she's just awesome.
So one big criticism.
There's so much more you've just cut out of all the context.
What the fuck, dude?
Like,
I vaguely remember that video.
For one, he set up the whole "she's just awesome" thing early on in the video to talk about one of the key indicators of a Mary Sue, which is a character that doesn't have an established reason for being able to do the things they do. It's not really established why they're able to do it. They simply just are that good at it. And he typically, he actually elaborates on the "she's just awesome" thing. It's not something that anyone directly says. He says typically it comes in the phrase of "she's so independent," "she's so blank this" or like that. Like, there are different buzzwords that get thrown around about her character that kind of obfuscate the fact that there is no backing to her character. Like, the actual background to it isn't well grounded.
Not really. Also, I would also like to put down that even if there is an explanation for why a character is incredibly capable as they are, that it makes sense within the story's lore, quote unquote, that doesn't discount them being a Mary Sue or not. Mulan's the live action one, the good one, not the other one. That one has an explanation. The explanation is fucking stupid and it destroys the story stakes, but the explanation is there. Doesn't mean they're not Mary Sue, though.
Yeah, they're... Well, big problem with that one is
dude,
it's just
my
magic.
Biggest freaking example of a Gary Stew, Kira Yamato from Gundam Seed, he has an explanation. He's the ultimate coordinator of genetically enhanced human. Doesn't make him not Mary Sue, though.
And the king of all Gary Stews, Kirito, he also has an explanation about why he's like this. Doesn't make him not annoying, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing. What he goes into about Rey and the reason why there's an issue is that there is an absence of meaning. That's like his ultimate thesis, if I'm trying to remember it correctly. There's an absence of meaning to the journey her character takes. It's like, what was the point of this story? Ultimately, you know what he was trying to get at? He was trying to get at what was the theme of her story, Anthony. And you know what he came away with? I don't know, because it wasn't very clear. It was very poorly conveyed to me through the story. So, like, that, I think, maybe take a step back, Anthony, and really analyze what's being discussed. because you're not
Yeah.
talking about, like, if you want to combat this video, fine, but you gotta actually take the bull by the horns. Right now, you're not even in the fucking stands. You're outside the stadium.
Yeah. Josh, don't you mean Kira Jesus Yamato? The very same. The very same. Thank you.
Criticism of Rey is that she seems to be good at everything. She never loses a fight. She knows the Millennium Falcon better than Han does. Can do the Force without training. So let's break a couple of these down.
3 different systems. What'd you do?
I bypassed the compressor.
The easiest scene to discuss is the scene where Rey fixes the Falcon's hyperdrive.
Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith.
She didn't fix it though. She
Broke it in a way that made it better somehow, which
Yeah, somehow.
is also kind of a
I think it's still dishonest to say that she fixed it, though. I will give them that. It is dishonest for them to say she fixed it better than the owner, because she didn't fucking fix it. She hijacked it like a carjacker would, because that's what she is. She's a carjacker.
she's adding
Like-
to crime statistics, Anthony. This isn't the point you want to be making.
At least I will say that at least that is consistent with her character. She fixes things in a way that she only knows how, because that is what she does. She steals stuff for a living. Like, I'm pretty sure that her backstory was that she only survived because there was like this guy that quote unquote adopted these orphans and stuff and got them into like semi-servitude in order for them to survive or whatever,
It's
and
the
that's why she
court-abortion
has
dude.
this job.
It's
Huh?
court abortion. It's the guy played by oh god, he played Scotty in the new Star Trek movies.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah, he's from the Shaun of the Dead. The guy that plays Shaun
Yeah.
of the Dead.
Don't remember his
Why am
name.
I blanking on his name? He's one of the best comedic actors of our time. But like he actually plays that big old dude in the rubber suit. It's like court abortion.
Simon Pegg.
Simon Pegg, thank you.
Simon Pegg. Okay.
Yeah.
Like he apparently
Yeah.
was the person that raised her, which is also a thing that we don't really get much of throughout the movie. Like, we don't really get much more of a worker, like a worker employer dynamic with them.
Yeah. See,
so, like, there's a lot of other problems that go into what happens because like no one knew what the fuck was happening in the development of these films.
I would say that. Sorry.
I was gonna say an argument we could make, because the thing. Who's the other guy that Ant is trying to rebut here? Literature Devil. He's making the argument that we don't know if Rey can actually knows this information or not. You could make the argument that this is the scene showing us that she does know. Like, I'm curious to see if Anthony makes that argument. He doesn't seem to be very good at making arguments to back his own points.
I mean, we already see in the beginning of the film of her scavenging ships, so knowing how they work wouldn't be a huge leap in logic. So
Yeah, exactly.
Anthony
so
is
the
writing
fact
a
that,
book. Interesting. Okay.
Oh dear.
What?
So the fact that like people criticize her for that is pretty disingenuous on their part, but Anthony doesn't point that out. So like his point is mute. And I just want to say, like, rather than just being a Mary Sue character, I'm going to say that Rey is an abused character. Because you can see that there is a good character buried somewhere underneath. It's just that her writers were incompetent.
I was going to say, like, I have this rewrite idea for Star Wars The Force Awakens for the longest time. And, like, one of the ideas I had was, all right, you keep Poe alive during the, or I guess quote unquote alive. You keep him there during the crash. He and Finn go off together. They meet Rey, and they form a trio who all kind of fill in a different niche of them. So when they get on the Falcon, you have Poe piloting because he's a good pilot. You have Finn gunning because he's a trained stormtrooper and is good at gunning. And you have Rey running around the fucking Falcon trying to repair shit as the old dilapidated ship is falling apart around them because she has experience, like maybe in her free time, you see her like tinkering with things that she has brought back from her scavenging. Like, you could make her the mechanic of the group, and I think that's
what I
interesting.
wanted it to be.
Same.
Yeah.
It
Me
would have been so
too.
good. Like the idea is like
It would have been much better.
you have that
But
moment.
no, Han Solo has to come back.
Well, the thing is, I like the idea of Han
Nostalgic
coming
reading.
back. Like there's a whole dynamic there where you now have like a new crew running the Falcon, and he's like reacting to them all in different ways. Like the idea that maybe he like really standoffish with Poe because Poe is like this hotshot pilot who really looks up to him as like a leader of the rebellion. It's like, oh my
that'd be
god,
cute.
oh my god,
That would
you're
be
Han
really
Solo.
funny.
Oh, I'm so honored to meet you.
And
It's
he'd
like,
be like,
yeah, kid, I
you're
heard it all
touching my
before."
ship.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking
Like,
yeah.
and can you imagine just Poe just being like, what the fuck? And then you could bleed it into the second film where he becomes disillusioned with Commander Hodor or whatever her name was.
O'Hara?
That purple-haired lady from the second film that is in
Hodo, yeah.
who's
I think.
in a freaking cocktail dress the entire
Yeah,
film.
Admiral Holdo. That's her name. Holdo.
I hated that plot. I hated everything around that character.
Everyone hated it.
Everyone. But like you could have built into that by having him around and getting this like taste of don't meet your heroes type thing going on, and he goes on to keep on being the hero that he is. Like there is so much there. Like, and it's just like you guys just didn't take an extra minute to think this through. You could have
Yeah. That's why I say that these characters are abused because they have incompetent writers. It's not their fault necessarily, because like you can see that there are good characters underneath, but their writers are incompetent. They don't even know.
You can say that.
I'm gonna make you really angry right now, and I know exactly what your reaction is going to be. Kyrie.
Okay, before we get into this, before we get further into this, let's actually get back to it.
No, I just want to finish my point here because Raven just chucked that at me. You raise Kyrie, but I raise Naminé, I raise Aqua, I raise Shion, all written by the same guy. It's not consistent. There is a difference between the Star Wars, the sequel characters, and then the Kingdom Hearts character. Is the Star Wars sequel characters are all consistently written by an incompetent person. Kyrie is the only inconsistently written character.
So it's even worse. She's targeted abuse.
Yes.
Poor Kyrie is like the one. She's literally the redheaded
God,
stepchild in Kingdom Hearts.
Kyrie, blink twice.
Kyrie, blink twice. We can get you out of there, girl. Well, don't worry. We'll get you a whole original plot line. I swear. We'll promise you 6 worlds or more. I promise. Sky Slasher says, Rey feels like she became a Mary Sue by accident. Like Abrams was thinking about getting these characters to the set pieces and used Rey as a vehicle for it. I could see, that's often what a lot of Mary Sues end up being, is they're just vehicles for the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah, well, not just the issue. Like there are other problems. Like there's pet Mary Sues, there's plot Mary Sues. You can diversify it and explore the broader archetype.
It's almost like there's nuance to this term that people are using, and that we shouldn't be so ready to call it. Yeah, and then we shouldn't be so ready to call it in of itself bad faith. You see, it all comes together.
Almost
That's
as if
the
it
theme,
helps
ladies
us
and
spur
gentlemen.
discussion and help us figure out what the underlying problems are. And that's the purpose of a lot of these different deconstructions. I have grown more as a writer watching videos, deconstructing films, than I have just necessarily writing. Because
Sky Slasher
without
for,
pushback,
oh god,
you can't grow. Go, Henry. I was going to
Sky Slasher for $2. Johnson just decided let's double down on this.
I want to bring up something. It's kind of related to the video, but also isn't. So this background that he has here, what a weird assortment of films he's chosen, right?
John Travolta, One Missed Call, Gold Digger.
Problem Child?
Gotti.
Why?
I think
why did he put Gotti back there?
There's only one movie on here that I actually recognize, and I think that's Ocean's 11 down in the bottom left, but I can't be sure. That might be Nicolas Cage, not George Clooney.
Well, up in the top right corner, there's Problem Child. That was like one of my childhood films.
Is that the room down there? Is that is that?
What?
Where?
Is that not the room?
Oh, that is something room.
And I think that might be Benedict Cumberbatch's face over there. But I don't.
Oh, this on.
I remember
the clown.
I don't know.
I know the one. I know the one in the middle right. It's Gotti, and I don't remember that film being very good. It's like this gangster film, basically, based
The
off of a real life
Lampoon's
guy.
Gold Diggers. One Missed Call.
It's an interest. One missed. Oh wait, no, sorry. I think One Missed Call I recognize. I'm not entirely sure though.
Weird.
Oh, it's not. Leon Critique says it's not The Room. It's just called Room. Okay, so it's like a movie just called Room.
Oh, it's starring Brie Larson. Okay. I would jokingly say I dismiss, but I know Brie Larson can be a good actress. I just know that Captain Marvel sucks. Anyway.
That she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon, since Han had it.
Therefore fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith criticisms ignore the fact that she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon, since Han had it.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Unkar plucked it. I thought it was a mistake too. Puts too much stress on the hyperdrive.
And during a key scene, bypasses a modification made after Han lost the Falcon that made the Falcon function worse.
I bypassed the compressor.
And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
But we don't know this for sure.
That's all in.
Wait, I'm confused. Whose editing was that at the very end?
Yeah.
I thought that was his.
He needs to do a better job displaying his edits, his thoughts versus the other people's.
This is why I
videos.
always try to make it clear whose video is doing what at one point, because like that's why I typically like to do like an overlay with Kelpie, where like Kelpie's standing in front of what's being talked about, so I always know when I'm here, this is me talking. But when it's playing,
I don't have my character moving at all when the video is that I'm reacting to is playing.
Oh,
but,
that's just one thing that you can do.
To the point about the compressor, we don't know why she hasn't. Like, I give you that. That's a better defense. That's a decent-ish defense.
Yes.
I still think
Worse
it's
than
curious
most people.
why she knows that much about the actual like architecture, like the actual function of things. It's different than being a scavenger versus someone who knows the ins and outs. But like, it is a better defense. Fine, that you can. I can give you that small win, but your editing is atrocious.
You could, yeah, your editing is atrocious. You could have an argument that there is a lot that you can infer from these scenes that a lot of people would give to a lot of characters that they aren't mad at, that they won't give to characters that they are mad at. But that isn't what you're pointing out, really.
No.
He's just hurting his own arguments. It's such a
we are making better arguments against Literature Devil better than you, dog. Come on,
we're doing your job.
This is your job.
and
I'm paying you to do that. Well, I'm not paying you. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're getting ad revenue through Watch Together. So
thank God.
Information she's seen firsthand, so naturally she knows this.
Also, wait a minute. You just used a specific example to disprove a point in a video. Does that make you a misleading liar now?
Yeah, you're making it. Oh my God, dude. What is this section of the video called? They hyper focus on the negative. You are hyper focusing on one specific point that Literature Devil got wrong, and you're saying the entire point about the Rey being a Mary Sue or the Mary Sue being a bad trope is correct.
Now here's the question: is he
the fuck?
Is he being malicious with this, or did he miss it, or does he disagree with it being used as an actual thing to prop up the character's ability to know these things? Because that's the point the position I could take. I could say like, yes, this early on acknowledges she has knowledge of these things. However, how she has the knowledge, I don't think like the dots have been properly connected there. I think there's still a missing gap there that isn't properly well explained or explored or established or what have you. Like, there is more there that could be established to further ease in the future plot beat. But you don't make that argument.
No.
Yeah.
You don't. you don't acknowledge that could be Literature Devil's point. That you don't try to steal me, man, Literature Devil. You just want to tear him down. And
at the very least, sorry, I at the very least, you tried with this point. I wish that the rest entire of the video was like this from the very beginning.
I think it's
because then we would actually agree with you.
Yeah.
When I heard just Literature Devil's part, I didn't agree with what he was saying, but I understood his reasoning, and I could see how he had come to these conclusions. When I heard Ant's attempted rebuttal, it made me not understand either's side's reasoning.
Actually, here's a better question, Critter. Now, I know you disagree with Literature Devil here, and you say that, like, okay, he does, he's missing a factoid of the movie that actively at least makes this moment much more. It gives it gives the character a leg up in this regard. Do you think Literature Devil is being intentionally dishonest, or do you think he is just having a misread of the movie?
I think he's just having a misread. I don't think he's being intentionally dishonest. I think he just has a different opinion, and he's come to a conclusion, not through ignorant means. Maybe he missed things here or there, but when you're not enjoying something, it's easier to miss things. No, I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's trying to manipulate his fan base.
It's that easy, Anthony. He's not. What the fuck?
What were you saying, Raymond? Before I cut you off?
I can't remember. I was.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I don't think it was going to be very eloquent anyway. So, and I think it kind of pointed out, like, it feels like Literature Devil in this moment is not being malicious. I think that kind of was the point. It feels like Anthony, however, is, and he's just very bad at it.
It entirely.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
But we don't know this for sure.
That's all information she's seen firsthand, so naturally she knows this.
Rey is introduced with unexplained expert fighting skills, technical skills, and magical expert level piloting skills despite only dabbling. Still no sign of a mentor, and she uses all these skills to save the day.
As for fighting, well, Rey grew up on a desert world where scavengers fight for scraps. We even see her fighting in the background of a scene, demonstrating her lived experience before she demonstrates it in a fight.
That is a good point.
Actually, I think Literature Devil did actually address that, because he actually pointed to that as a kind of a strange point in the film. Though I'm trying to remember, were those people working with the First Order at that point?
I don't remember.
They didn't look at it.
I think
they don't look like
no, I remember now. It was his main point in this is that he's able to take down Finn immediately, as opposed to Finn, who is supposed to be a trained combatant. Now, this goes to a deeper problem with the film in that the supposedly incredibly well-trained military force of the stormtroopers are all just fucking awful. It's been a problem that Star Wars has had progressively ever since
the first film.
The New Hope.
The third
New
film,
Hope.
actually. No, because in A New Hope, they only ever missed their shots because they were intent on actually allowing them to leave, because they had to put a tracker on the Millennium Falcon. That's a thing that's actually very widely missed. They were missing on purpose to allow the escape to happen and make it look realistic.
I thought that they were just being red shirts.
Yeah, no. So New Hope actually had a good explanation. Empire Strikes Back, I don't think did anything to deter them. And then,
I mean, to be fair, it's been like 10 years since I've watched the films.
That's fair.
But like the only thing that I ever remember about them, it wasn't even that they missed their shots, it's that they were incompetent enough that they just died left, right, and center. They were literally just red shirts. They were there just to die.
Well, the big one where that starts really happening en masse is the third film, where they start dying to the Ewoks, and everyone's like they're being killed by teddy bears. Which, hey, they're up against TeddyBearPaladin, man. I mean,
that is true. Yeah, if they were up against him, then that would be a different story. But
What lived experiences does Luke Skywalker have fighting?
Where did you train?
Literally nothing. Wait a
He's
second.
played with toys all his life.
A scavenger without
Wait a
the
second.
benefit
He
of
did.
What
He
experiences
say?
does Luke Skywalker have fighting?
Where did you train? On a farm?
He plays with toys all his life.
Raymond.
Oh my god.
Kaiser.
Sorry.
We're
you
trying
were
to
fine.
listen.
Yeah,
My bad, my
I'm
bad.
trying to make sense of what he is saying.
Before she demonstrates it in a fight. What lived experiences Luke Skywalker have fighting?
Where did you train? On a farm?
He's plays with toys all his life.
A scavenger without
No, you can't skip over it. Literature Devil provides the examples. You dishonest fuck! He talks about shooting fucking cans behind the fucking alleys and with his friends. He talks about
That's what I was
piloting
about
his
to
ship
say.
in his free time. He actually goes into the details and establish. And Luke is never established to know how to use a lightsaber. He knows how to shoot a blaster at a decent extent, and he's not even hailed as expert for it. I don't even remember a single person that Luke kills in the first film. Like, oh my god, dude!
So Raymond, he plays with toys in one scene. That means he doesn't have any skills.
Anthony!
Who's being dishonest again?
Oh, it's the Stormtroopers' poor aim really seems to take off from Rebels more than anything. Captain Rex. No.
That was way before that.
Yeah, it was way before that.
Yeah.
It started in the third film, and it progressed. It progressed through the media. I'm not entirely sure if that really applied to the clones because they were the good guys, so they were mostly fighting fodder enemies. But if you get into like extended universe stuff, it's more that like I think Rebels they had it, sure, but also in the sequel series they also have it. In The Mandalorian they made a complete joke of it, and it's like, wow, congratulations! I no longer fear the Stormtroopers. They literally acknowledge like, man, I can't hit shit in this helmet. And it's like, so why is the Empire still issuing these fucking helmets?
Yeah.
like the U.S. military had a big fucking issue with the AR-15 when it was first launched in Vietnam. Within about a year or two, they had cycled that shit out of service because it was actively getting their soldiers killed. Jesus Christ! Somehow the U.S. government is more efficient than the fucking tyrannical empire. Okay.
Without the benefit of Finn's decades of military-level training, has no sign of a mentor, and is completely self-taught. How does she fare against Kylo Ren, who, if you recall, has been trained by not one, but two legendary mentors?
So let's count the times Rey wins a fight on her own without any help. Now, we're going to ignore any Stormtrooper fights because, honestly, who in Star Wars can't just fight through Stormtroopers?
You shouldn't be able to just fight your way through Stormtroopers, but I will give it to you that is itself an awful trope that deserves dissection. Carry on your point.
It's redundant to discuss that. So her first major fight is in The Force Awakens, where she fights Kylo Ren, and she's beaten in 5 seconds and then gets kidnapped. Later she fights Kylo Ren again, and Kylo Ren at this point has had a hole blasted in him by Chewie and just fought Finn. And that fight ends with the planet breaking apart beneath them after Rey lands one hit. So
one hit that would have ended him.
Yeah. And she won.
She wins the fight, and then the Earth splits so that she doesn't coup de grace.
Yeah, now you might... Yeah, basically that was it. That was the only thing stopping her from killing him. Because, to be honest, like... this potentially could have been a much more believable win if they did it well, because as you said, Anthony, Kylo was injured prior to this. But when Rey starts fighting him, it's been a while since I've seen...
She's losing initially.
Yeah, she's
they
losing
do a lightsaber
initially.
lock. She closes her eyes and trusts in the Force, quote unquote, and then she just beats the living shit out of Kylo and then strikes him down with one blow. It's like...
even though, like, number one, Kylo would be buffed in this scene, as actively shown when he punches the freaking wound, because Sith gain much more power through pain. But
also, that punching his wound thing. So he was, actual Adam Driver was studying, I think it's soldiers from the Navy specifically. But when they get shot, they do that. They punch the wound to get the adrenaline to rush through them, and to also kind of numb the wound.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that sounds like he's focusing on adrenaline there.
Yeah, it's cool.
It is. And
Oh,
like the literature devil argues in this scene, what should have happened is Rey should have lost, because this is the beginning of her journey. She has no experience sword fighting whatsoever that we know of. Like, staff fighting and sword fighting are not comparable. I've done both. They're completely different skill sets.
Plus,
this is
just unlocking the Force doesn't allow you to overpower someone to that degree, like especially without any prior knowledge or training for it.
In fact, this is just making me agree more with literature devil, because I'm like, yeah, that is a good point.
I wanted to say, Great Bar says, so wanted to say Finn does do well with Kylo. In fact, manages to get hit on him. Yeah, Finn does well. And you want to know why Finn does well? He's a trained soldier, and we see that they actually have melee implements that they learn with.
Yes.
It's like that almost makes some sense. It just sucks that Finn gets the Kyrie treatment.
All they would need is one scene of Finn and Rey, like, sword fighting, like having with wooden swords sparring with each other, and then you'd be like, oh, that's where she learned how to kind of use a sword kind of technique.
Well,
I
like the argument that she should have lost here, because now she has a rival that is a serious threat to her. Like, not die, obviously. You wouldn't just kill her off. But she loses here, and Literature Devil suggests in his video, during the subsequent films, she has to learn to grow, and now every time they meet and clash, it's kind of up in the air. Does Rey's training equal enough to balance out against Kylo's experience and training and stuff?
Right.
Like there's a whole dynamic there that could have been explored that just goes nowhere.
Like, it should have been reversed. Like, he was gonna do the coup de grace on her, except the world split open. Also, he should have given her a scar, because he has a scar. And then the parallels, the two.
And then in the third movie, they kiss, and they share each other's... Wait, no, sorry, we're getting...
Wait, let's remove that. Okay, let's erase that part real quickly. Put that right back in the drawing board, and then we'll try again, okay?
All right.
At this point, has had a hole blasted in him by Chewie, and just fought Finn. And that fight ends with the planet breaking apart beneath them after Rey lands one hit. So it's not a definitive win, but she was winning against a guy who had fought, was tired, and had a giant hole in his stomach.
And was winning
then in the
until
Last Jedi,
she closed her eyes, and then won.
But if you
Fights
close
Snoke,
your eyes...
and gets swung around like a rag doll. Then she teams up with Kylo Ren against the Praetorian Guard, and again, only wins with Kylo's...
Okay, now you're going beyond Literature Devil's scope. He was only covering The Force Awakens, where he was discussing Rey and the nature of her as a Mary Sue. Like, that was the scope. You are now using outside evidence. I don't think that's fair, but go on.
Plus, she managed to beat a couple of those elite guard guys on her own anyway, so...
Yeah. Also, this entire fight sequence is embarrassing if you actually look at the choreography.
This whole movie's embarrassing.
A force struggle over a lightsaber, and neither win. Rey doesn't get an unambiguous victory on her own until Rise of Skywalker, where she manages to land a serious blow on Kylo Ren, but Kylo Ren is distracted by the memory of his mother at that time. So she lands a hit on a guy whose back is turned to her. And that's her second fight with Kylo.
Gotta re-record, man. I gotta do it all the time, and I'm so afraid that people are gonna notice because it sounds different between my different recordings. But you still gotta do it.
When I am recording my audio, I will sit there until I get the line read correct. I will. Yeah. I hate going back to re-record, so I will literally be sitting there for hours recording what I need to, and I will sometimes read a line upwards of 20 times before I get it exactly how I want it to be.
Yeah, what I usually do is that whenever I make my scripts, I usually read the script out loud as if I am recording before I record, to know, okay, this is the part that I can probably need multiple takes of to get right. And I record and I do that, and typically I take 3 or more tries. Unless I'm tongue-tied, which happens occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else here wonder how Rey knows how to shoot a blaster? If she knew how to shoot one, why doesn't she carry one on her? Well, it's fair, she is kind of a slave. It's got that going on. But at the same time, she shouldn't know how to use a blaster. At no point is ever established. And then she walks into the woods and shoots 2 stormtroopers, immediately. It's
yeah.
You should.
You should... Like, all you need to do is just look at my blooper video to see how many times I mess up on just my... And that's not even all of the times, it's just the times that are funny.
I get jealous.
Yeah.
I don't have any fun bloopers. Like, my bloopers are literally just me just, like, trailing off because I realize I fucked it up. So, like, none of my bloopers typically wind up, like, actually entertaining. It's just me. It just sounds like me reading the line and then just being like, oh, fuck.
I think oh, sorry, go ahead.
My favorite blooper was when no, there are two favorite ones. One of my favorite bloopers of mine was when Dan messaged in his Discord server and you could hear it and it startled me, so I screamed. And then my second favorite was when my Swiffer fell off of my... Because I had it leaned up against my air conditioner, and it fell, and then I screamed. And then I yelled at my Swiffer.
But Kylo Ren is distracted by the memory of his mother at that time. So she lands a hit on a guy whose back is turned to her. And that's her second fight with Kylo Ren in that movie. Fourth or fifth in total, depending on how you count the lightsaber struggle. And then she beats Palpatine by turning his Force lightning back at him. So out of all those fights...
She can just do that, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way. Most powerful Sith Lord ever. And she just beats him. Just one shot.
Why didn't he just turn off his lightning? Why didn't he just stop doing the lightning?
I also think it's disingenuous of Ant to exclude the scenes where other people fought alongside her, because you could be like, oh, well, they all fought as a team. But that's seeing what she does specifically as they're fighting as a team, you know? Right. Yeah. Like, I don't think that's fair.
She only unambiguously wins in the last film, and even then there's some conditional statement that's paired with that.
Narratively speaking, if the goal is to run Rey through a hero's journey, it would be better if she could defend herself but not be able to actually defeat them.
Okay, I've seen...
It would show...
This is not related at all to the video, but I keep seeing people write heroes without the other E. Like, is that just a common American version of spelling it? Because from what I see, like, that's not how you spell it.
Oh,
but I see it everywhere.
This is the possessive versus the plural.
Yeah.
It's not.
It is a journey
multiple
of a
heroes.
It is a single hero's journey, as in it.
Yeah.
As opposed to multiple heroes, where it's like, I guess that would imply
heroes. Yeah, that would imply that where you get the E, that's where you get it.
I think that it's still, like, regardless, but okay.
I'm right there with you. I can't spell. I think all words look silly.
No, usually I'm such a good speller.
I'll do you one better. I can't even read. What?
I'll do you one better. I just can't.
Weakness. Vulnerability. In other words, it would show her potential, but all...
Oh, she got kicked in a fight.
Oh,
she's so
like,
vulnerable.
What?
Oh, yeah. You're just making... He's just making Literature Devil's point
and look,
better.
Rey isn't a perfect character. And Star Wars, the sequel trilogy, isn't perfect. You want me to criticize her? Okay. Her entire arc is centered on waiting to be destined for something. The first film, she's waiting for her family. Second film, she's trying to figure out her heritage, her position in this great, grander story. The fact that The Last Jedi ends without her resolving the core conflict of the plot is a key element. She has no predestined part to play in the saga. But through her actions, she becomes the hero.
Wait, no, that's not a criticism.
That's not criticism.
You went from criticizing her to suddenly saying, no, that's the point, and it's good for this. Like, Anthony.
Yeah, like, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing for her to want these things, or for her to strive for these things. That can make for a very compelling story. The problem is that they don't settle on one of those things or both of them, and they don't follow through.
To that point, This is why the rise of Skywalker is so bad in this regard, because apparently she does have a destined part to play in this story. It's just on the bad guy side. But she subverts that because of plot-induced bullshit.
Also, he said that the problem is that she is passive. She waits for things to come to her. And then he had an example for the first movie. But then his example for the second movie was she's trying to find her heritage. And I'm like, that doesn't sound... If she's trying to find it, that doesn't sound like she's passively waiting for something to come to her.
In fact, yeah. I think
the point that, to be fair to him, I think he was meaning, the first movie, she's passive. Then the second movie, she's trying to find her place, her role in the story.
That's not true. She wants to go back to Jakku so that she can wait for her family. Her entire story is allegedly, now it's not very well told, but textually to us, her goal is to get back home while she's been forced together through a bad series of circumstance to be allied with the rebellion, or whatever the fuck it's called. Periodic Pete says,
Periodic Pete.
Sorry guys, I'm late. I was having dinner with family from out of town. How much of a headache did I miss? A lot.
A lot, because we're talking about Star Wars, buddy.
Yeah.
your favorite subject, right, Pete?
We should probably go a little bit faster too, because it's already been an hour and a half.
Right. Anyone can be the hero, regardless of where you came from, except no, because the third film shows us she has a lineage, and there's a reason why her family never came back, and she's part of this big grand destiny to stop Palpatine's return. And you get all the answers that completely undermine all the legwork made leading up to this point.
The legwork of the second
Which
film,
Literature
not the
Devil
third.
agrees with?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Literature Devil agrees with this point, and you haven't decided to track that down.
Yeah, you're waffling.
There are genuine issues with the sequel trilogy. Why was Finn set up to be a Jedi, and then there's no payoff?
There's nothing with Finn.
Why does The Rise of Skywalker completely veer off track of the story that the prior two films set up? Why is Kylo Ren, a character who's positioned to be the big bad, supplanted when he finally gets to a position of power where he can be the villain?
But Anthony, you're just
because he's not meant to be the big bad.
Anthony,
he was never meant to be the big.
Never.
Anthony, you're nitpicking now. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about?
Yeah,
this is all talking about.
What are the
themes?
themes? Yeah,
are
focus
you
on the
trying to trick me?
Stop down my head!
Get out of my head! Get out of my head! Whoa,
we wouldn't be harping on this, Anthony, if you hadn't complained about you doing this, about other critics doing this exact same thing earlier in your video.
Yeah, were you some kind of dirty nitpicker?
Okay, careful.
My bad. I've been waiting to use that joke.
These are issues that are harder to discuss than simply going, "This is a plot hole. Raise a Mary Sue."
No, no one's doing that. Name a person that is doing it, saying, "Oh, this is a plot hole," and then moving on. No, I'm sorry. Look, if you bring up you reference Mahler in this video, so we know he exists. If you pull up any of his videos on Star Wars, you will find a deep deconstruction where he goes into every possible variation of why something may have happened the way it did, and why in every single circumstance it's either bad or good, and elaborating on each of those. There are people out there that are going into incredible amounts of depth, well beyond saying, "Oh, there's a plot hole here." I'm sorry that not everyone is Chris Stuckman.
Yeah, plus every flaw that you just named just now, Anthony, I cannot even think of a single YouTuber that hasn't said the exact same thing you just did.
The biggest complaint in all of the fandom, all of it, even the people that like those films, is why the fuck didn't Finn get a good character? We all wanted something interesting from Finn, and no one got it. I've not heard a single person said that they were happy with how Finn was handled.
That is the coldest take.
Complex questions. Complex.
I love how he's trying to act as though he's doing a good faith criticism, but he just doesn't know how.
They always wanted to be. These are issues that are harder to discuss than simply going, "This is a plot hole. Raise a Mary Sue. These are complex questions with complex answers. And you're not going to get those from someone who just wants to complain about Rey winning every fight that she partakes in. Honest criticism.
Oh, man, there's some super chats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this feels so bloody hypocritical, and frankly, I want this guy to relearn critical discord. Okay, correction there. I want this guy to learn critical discourse.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever learned
to-
it. And
Yeah.
Great Bar says, Anthony, you are, click on this, nitpicking and biased. I win. Bye-bye.
Yep, basically. Bye-bye. See you later. Also, you're actually leaving Great Bar? If so, then see you later, dude.
I don't
Great
think
having you. But to my point. Oh, go ahead. What did you say,
I
Critter?
don't think he's actually leaving.
I just said bye.
Okay. But to my point here is that, like, what do you mean complex problems with complex answers? The fact that Finn is a wasted character, there's nothing complex about that. That is a blatant thing that is wrong with the script. What the fuck?
Blade Charge says, whatever the problem in the plot is the new trilogy, there's probably a video about it. You can be against nitpicking if you nitpick. I guess you can't be against nitpicking if you nitpick. I'm presuming.
Yeah,
that's
I think
what it is.
misspell. Which is true.
Requires honest thought. And that doesn't always culminate in a dopamine hit to the audience. It takes longer.
Oh, blow me.
People are going to lose interest if you have to set up the elements of a discussion about themes.
Like you didn't?
Yeah, literally.
We spent the first 17 minutes of your video confused about what you were trying to talk about. Because you were being self-contradictory. You have not taken the time. If you had said, people are focusing on plot too much over the themes, and here is why, and then you started giving us examples, instead you started with fucking cinema sins of all things, and going a channel that is less of a critical discourse and more of a purely we're poking fun at a film. Like,
yeah.
No wonder this video got so many dislikes. Like, Jesus.
What's the ratio?
It was like half.
Oh, fuck.
4K likes to 2.6 dislikes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
33%, buddy. That ain't great.
Yeah, no.
And dive into complex ideas. What they want is that dopamine hit 30 seconds in to continue watching.
Pushing identity politics and the message.
That's not an analysis.
A big thing with...
That's not an analysis.
It's a reaction video. It's a fucking reaction video.
Also,
what are you doing?
Why do you think all viewers are stupid who need you to jangle their keys in front of their faces to keep their attention? Who are you to sit there and claim no one's gonna watch this video if you're smart? They just want you to make dumb stupid things, and so they can have that dopamine hit.
Pretentious fucking videos I have seen in my goddamn life. Holy shit!
What this is him virtue signaling to his crowd, and everyone else he's telling fuck off. Like, I don't know if you realize that's what you're doing here, Anthony. You're slapping everyone else in the face through this video.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because he mentioned H-Bomber Guy's Sherlock Holmes video, which is like 2 hours long. Do you think there was just 30-second dopamine hits the entire way through? And if so, why was it good? Because he said that video was good. Why was it good when H-Bomber Guy did it, but bad when other people do it? Because you agree with his points? Is that the only thing?
H-Bomber Guy
because he had the correct political leaning.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting that indication here. But like H-Bomber Guy, I don't agree with his politics. I don't think at all. But I still, and I don't really like his content overall. I don't like his personality. But his Sherlock video
I think he's a dick.
Was fucking phenomenal. Like, it's actually a really well-researched, well-paced, well-written dissection of why Sherlock is not a good show. And I enjoyed it thoroughly. And you know what? I enjoyed Sherlock. I enjoyed the first 3 seasons of Sherlock. I thought it was a good show. I went in, and he completely blew my perceptions away because he actually had the hard evidence. Because I hadn't been watching it critically. I had just been watching it passively as enjoyment. Like, I hadn't actually been thinking deeper about it. And he made me think deeper about it, and I realized, yeah, no, it probably isn't all that nutritious as an intellectual story.
Right.
Oh, damn, Anthony. So far off the mark.
Harris does all the same shit that freaking Mahler does. Now, you might say, oh, well, what the difference is that H. Bomber Guy goes into the themes of Sherlock. You mean like Mahler did The Last Jedi? Well, he has better references, debatable asshole. Keep it moving.
Yeah, no, and in fact, I would actually argue that H. Bomber Guy is the weaker editing of the two. I think Mahler has refined down his editing style to a T.
Oh, yeah.
I think H Bomber Guy pales in comparison, but H Bomber Guy also does actually release videos on a more frequent basis, I think, than Mahler, although they're getting kind of comparable at this rate. They're both really slow.
Sure.
But a lot of these bad movie critics appears to be honesty.
To summarize, social justice stories are little more than infantile revenge fantasies where the writers value power over heroism and covet self-validation rather than truthful discussion.
That is a completely different video than the one you were just covering.
Yeah.
How is that?
Not to mention,
that is a completely different conversation. Why are you shifting the fucking goalposts like that?
Yeah, like if you're saying, oh, the freaking culture war brain rot is strong, yo, then sure, fucking talk about that. That's not bad media criticism. That's bad cultural criticism, right? And it's not necessary. Like, I'm trying to make myself not verbose here. If you want to talk about these things, make the video about those particular things.
It's like you have like 15 different things you want to talk about, and you decided, I'm not going to choose one. I'm just going to do them all.
Yeah.
Metal Claw, the main issue really with H Bomber Guy's video is that he's not really saying anything new necessarily in terms of RWBY discussion that people who aren't in the fandom don't already know, but he's a basic bitch kind of video analysis person who just talks about these things to the broader masses rather than just to a specific fandom. But his main issue that I had problems with the video is that he talks down to a lot of people who do other video criticisms, including probably a lot of the RWBY YouTubers. Like, he just acts like he's so much better than them. And that his video is going to be the one that is the, like, actual, real, legitimate criticism, and it's just so fucking smarmy.
And, yeah, let's not get it wrong. H Bomber Guy loves to just suck Monty's dick big time.
Oh yeah,
like,
no, I was about to say
he
gives this man a freaking pass all this freaking time. He made an entire section or part of his video about criticizing the White Fang subplot and how this reads like a bunch of people who don't know how racism works, and he hyper focuses. You see that word that you like to use, Anthony? He hyper focuses on Miles and Carrie making that decision when Monty co-signed every single part of it.
Well, I disagree with all three of you. Friendship over. You're trying to trick me.
I was going to elaborate. I guarantee you it was Monty that was like, let's have a cute cat girl in the cast. Why?
Yes.
There are animal people and they're a repressed minority. It's like, okay,
right. Basically, the Lagoos from Fire Emblem Ray and Dawn. There you go.
Yeah,
I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet it was Monty who decided to make the Faunus animal people, because then it'd be really easy to do the fairy tale illusions that way. And then they never did that.
Sky Slasher says, I honestly think he could have said more. He only talks about volumes 1 through 3 when volume 7 was complete at the time. Yeah, no, I think he actually is planning on making more videos. I think that he's just, it's only his first part.
He did say that he wasn't going to make another video until he saw what was going to happen with RT. Like, he wasn't sure if RT was going to shut down, so he was going to make a video after he was sure that it was going to shut down or whatever.
I find that.
I still think it's fine.
That was.
I think it's fine. Sorry, you go first.
I was gonna say, that's how many years ago, and everyone was like, RT was fine. RT's okay. Everything's gonna be fine. It's like, no, he knew. He saw the signs.
No, someone asked him about it, and he was saying it specifically about like right before RT announced that they were shutting down.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think it's fine that he only covered volumes 1 through 3 because they are so different from the rest of the show. So I think it's fine that he encapsulates that moment in only one video, especially because it is a very long video.
Well, yeah, it's one arc of the show. I think that's actually a pretty fair like cutoff point for a review. Like if you did only volume 1 and 2, I'd be like, that's kind of a weird point to cut it off at. But volume 1, 2, and 3, I'm like, yeah, that's the Beacon arc. I think that's pretty self-contained in some ways.
We're talking too much about H-Bomber Guy.
Right.
Sure, Anthony.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Back to the real villain.
Comprehensible.
Social justice stories are little more than infantile revenge fantasies where the writers value power over heroism and covet self-validation rather than truthful discussion.
You motherfuckers ain't special and you're raging hypocrites. And while that may be a little bit of my opinion, what isn't my opinion is that some of you are just flat out lying.
Ultimately, what we're dealing with here is people who hate being told they're wrong and whose opinions are so underdeveloped that they can't defend them when put to the task. And you know what? Tough shit.
Anthony, he's talking about you. Anyway.
What she, to be fair.
That's Lily. That was Lily.
That was Lily Orchard.
Oh. That was Lily?
Yeah.
No way.
Lily, I think she had the image of a different PonyTuber up on the time, so I can understand you thinking that it was a different person.
Okay, all right.
Oh my god. I think I've watched way more Lily Orchard content than I initially thought, because I recognized that pony, and I remember watching that pony's videos a lot, back when I was really into My Little Pony. I need to reevaluate a lot of things.
But I was gonna say, Lily called out Anthony here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I remember Lily's pony Sona being like dark gray.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Black hair.
I saw.
Yeah,
it's like dark haired, gray fur, I guess.
So I like that the second fellow that in that little
Eric
mini montage.
July. Yeah.
Eric's point was some of y'all are lying. And is that not the point of this video, to claim other people are lying?
Yeah, what?
It's okay when I do it.
Constantly emphasize objective opinions with reality. The movies aren't bad because you didn't connect with them. No, they're just communicating ideas that are antithetical to your beliefs.
Oh my god. Okay.
Same rule.
Speak louder, guys. You're on a you're streaming.
I'm reading it to myself just because I don't know what this is going to say. Like, for all I know, he's putting something horribly racist on there, and I don't want to read that out.
Why would you do that?
Well, because he's trying to highlight these people as racist and like manipulators, right? So
yeah.
With this more narrow picture, we can get a better look at some of these videos in the background. And the person I thought was Benedict Cumberbatch is actually Nicolas Cage.
Oh, that was when I was thinking I thought it was Ocean's 11. I thought it was George Clooney.
It's freaking Left Behind.
I remember that movie.
Oh, and the tangents. These guys love to go on tangents that have nothing to do with their core thesis. Never connects to their ideas.
You babbled about Blade Runner for 40
minutes.
minutes.
On their own when you circle back and go, okay, what did you actually say, and how does that connect with your core ideas?
Okay, great.
Wait
it's
a
an
second.
X-Men video sped up by over 25 times.
Wait, just a godsend.
Congratulations.
Wait, just a goddamn minute. Hold on, let me check something real quick.
Because I'm like, oh, okay, great. You're not exemplifying.
Hey, Anthony, how's that 38-minute X-Men video doing, huh, buddy?
Well, the thing is, he's trying to exemplify that they go off on long tangents that have nothing related to their main point, right? That's what he said. How in any way does this convey to us, the audience, that he's going off on a tangent? We're just getting a rapid flash of a bunch of random... We have no idea what he's saying or how he's connecting it or threading it all together. For all we know, these are all very important to making his point.
How is this a tangent when all I see is X-Men shit in what is supposedly an X-Men video? How is this a tangent?
Yeah, especially in this video, where we've jumped to like 12 different films and topics and ideas and people. Is that not more tangential?
Yeah, the thing about Literature Devil is that I'm pretty sure the X-Men video it's about, you know, how the motivations of the writer, the modern current writers of X-Men are influenced by modern politics in a way that makes the stories of X-Men, at least in the comics and stuff, even worse. So it would make sense for Literature Devil to go on about the freaking culture war bullshit, because that is the main topic of the fucking video.
Like, he would have a point if he was using Lily Orchard as an example here, because she goes off on tangents. She goes off on a lot of unrelated tangents about politics and stuff like that. And it's like, I will never forgive Lily Orchard for making me talk about fucking politics because I'm doing a response video to her. Never, ever forgive you. I hate it. I hate the fact that you had to make me talk politics in relation to writing. Like, I hate it, but I have to. And dude, I hate it.
This Deaderex art just came right on cue.
Oh my god.
It's you being startled by the notification on Discord.
Kill it!
Oh god.
The reason for this is that they ramble a lot and they say
Sorry.
Wow. If you ever need an example of what psychic damage looks like in Dungeons and Dragons, that was that. That reaction, that was that.
Let's continue.
Tons of buzzwords. They'll make you think that somehow what they said is more sophisticated than it actually was. And they never speak plainly, because if they spoke plainly about their ideas, you would realize how superficial their ideas are. The faux intellectualism. In fact, if they ramble on enough, you might even forget what the thesis of their argument was. So that way, they can just shift the goalposts a little.
Is that what you're... Okay, is this the fucking big brain play? Are you literally just being like I've been pretending to be stupid this entire time?
I am about to become the Joker.
I did! I said this last week!
Like, we all agree that it could be this, I only pretended to be stupid to make my point, but it still makes you look like a raving lunatic!
I think it might actually be he sees what he thinks is every other YouTube critic doing this, so he thinks it's okay if he does it. Even in a video where he's like talking down these concepts. He just thinks this is how YouTube critique works.
Also, so far, since you have done such a bad job proving your thesis here, as far as we're concerned, the whole thing about, oh, YouTube critics lying to you is pretty much a buzzword as far as this video is concerned. So are you really any better? But, you know, that's not a new argument. Fuck it.
If they throw enough at you with new information every second, you might even think they have a point. Until you pause the video and think about what they actually said and realize, oh, it's all nonsense, actually.
No, but you're claiming that no one does that. Or else you wouldn't need to make this video.
Give a goddamn example. He keeps making these outrageous claims about these things YouTubers are doing, but if you're you've already picked fights with 12 people in this vid, just give an example of this.
Yeah.
But he can't, because he'll just prove that his point is wrong. He just doesn't like what they have to say.
Yes.
Another common tactic is the idea of a central boogeyman. They always harp on one particular person, usually a woman, and then criticize them. Kathleen Kennedy, Brie Larson, Anita Sarkeesian. These women...
Oh my god. Okay. So, Kathleen Kennedy is directly responsible for a lot of problems in how Star Wars was managed, but that is a trickle-down issue of, like, basically she hired people who are equally as incompetent. Like, it's not that she's necessarily interfering with scripts. She could be.
Yeah.
But, like, she is responsible, and ultimately the commander of the ship takes the blame when the ship starts to sink.
Yeah, we all praise, you know, Bob Iger or whoever when he does something good, but we also give them the same. But if you point out when things are going bad, it's like, no, you can't say that.
No, yeah, I mean, you can praise.
Yeah, and people literally talk shit about Ryan Johnson and J.J. Abrams and Dave Filoni all the goddamn time. Where have you been, dude? Have you been living under a
Brie
rock?
Larson only gets shit because of the shit that she said while on tour. Like,
yes,
she gets shit for how she handled her PR, but like it wasn't necessarily her acting. It was like the director and the writer also get shit.
Yes.
The freaking the people at the helm of the MCU, Kevin Feige gets shit. Like what?
Zack Snyder definitely didn't we not go over Rebel Moon for like 6 hours?
he's implying that people who point at Kathleen Kennedy and say that she's the reason why things are going poorly, or one of the reasons, he's implying that people say that to be sexist, but it's actually more sexist to imply that because she is a woman, she should be given like special treatment or exemption from these kind of things.
Exactly. Yep. I am so sick and tired of people like him who infantilize women and act as though we cannot be held responsible for our own actions. I am so sick and tired of being treated like I have no brain or will of my own. Can you please shut the ever-loving hell up?
Why mess?
It's always these examples. Always like, oh, Brie Larson. Yeah, well, how about any of the hundreds of male actors that people also talk shit about? Yeah. But Brie Larson's special because she's a girl, and if you say something bad, you're being sexist.
You want to know something that's regularly said about Captain Marvel, the same fucking film? That Samuel L. Jackson is kind of sleepwalking through the role. People say that about it because he kind of is.
Oh, but they're not doing it. They're not doing it to the same degree. Maybe it's because it's not as big of a problem that it in comparison to the actor for the main character of a whole ass movie, calling all the people who were probably criticize it fucking racists and homophobes and sexist.
All the people that were celebrating that actress that played the young Marvel girl because she acknowledged that the movie that she was in wasn't very good, and they were praising her for saying that and admitting that she just enjoyed being in a Marvel film, and they say that they respected her for saying that.
She was so based because when she heard that the universe in the Marvel films was being referred to as 616, she called Kevin Feige on the phone and was like, no, the Marvel Cinematic Universe takes place in Universe 10999. 616 is the comic continuity. And Kevin Feige was like, we don't care. And it's like, okay, I'm sorry. So when a female fan of the comics is trying to call out a continuity issue, excuse me? Is that what do you want? You guys just want your fucking slop and to eat it like pigs.
Yeah.
The moral of the story is, people, stupidity knows no gender, bears no sexuality, and sees no race. Done deal.
And the thing is, Ant is trying to use... he's trying to paint himself as pro-feminist in this light. He's doing a bad job at it, but that's what he's trying to do to make himself, I guess, look more, quote-unquote, morally superior. Because keeps sprinkling in this politics bullshit into this video. But he's
because he'll probably be all like, because I never talk about the culture war, and let me just skim right through his videos right now. What's his most recent video? Oh yeah, comics have always been gay. I don't know, dog. like, dude, you're like, if you're trying to say that, okay, but I do it better because I have the references, actually prove that. I'm getting something to eat real quick. I'll be right back.
Did Raymond die?
Possibly.
They don't hear me. I said I was going. I had to step out for the bathroom.
Girl stream.
Girl stream. Yeah.
Oh, I rushed back because I was like, oh, I can always rely on Kaiser to take up time. And then he's like, I have to go get Tsunagi God, the culture war bullshit. I was hoping I could run downstairs and get a drink. You know what? Brief intermission. I'm gonna go get my fucking drink. I'm thirsty.
Okay, well, we'll take over. Girl
You'll be
stream.
entertaining. You're plenty entertaining.
We are
Look at how
more
Yeah.
feminists than Anthony. Okay.
I hate people who act like Anthony does when it comes to the progressivism stuff because it always sounds so fake, and it always sounds like they're just trying to gain brownie points and be like, oh, look at how good of a human being I am because I believe in the correct politics. And it's like, no.
Yeah. It's like, oh, it's so annoying because he'll like step in front of female people who might have a different opinion to try to make himself look more for women because he's using it as a gotcha moment for a video.
Yeah. Shush, woman, I am speaking for you. Let me be your white knight.
And it's like, you can be pro-feminist and but there's a way to do. I started the sentence wrong, and I didn't like how I worded it. I was trying to say the thing that would feel more pro-feminist from him would be to just actually advocate real pro-feminist concepts. Just dissenting other people's opinions for daring to say something bad about a woman is not a real pro-feminist concept.
Yeah,
and that's annoying because a lot of people do that.
Yeah, like it's so easy to promote feminist ideas or promoting lifting up female creators rather than just going after people that you think are criticizing women and therefore being sexist. Like, it's not a sexist take to treat a woman like a human being and criticize them like you would a man. That is not the feminist take that you think that it is.
Yeah, that's
like female characters can also be bad. Female writers can fuck up too. To act otherwise because you're female is more of a problem. Because you
I'm sorry. One of my favorite characters in all of media is a fucking toxic slime ball of a woman. Sai from Peach Girl. She is so you start out hating her. But there's like some of this magical charm to just how deplorable she is. It's like, wow, you really are willing to go to that length to ruin someone else's life. I appreciate the chutzpah on you. and then she has a character arc, and it's like, okay, now you can use your manipulative powers for good.
Yes. And like the great thing about Sai is that the reason why she acts like this is because she is an incredibly insecure person, and she makes that everyone else's problem. To the point where she has blackmailed her supposed best friend with ruining her life in Japan by releasing these very scandalous photos of her with a celebrity out of context.
It basically would ruin both her and the celebrity's life. And like the celebrity who was a guy that was throwing himself at her feet, basically trying to like win her affection and love. And it's like, oh god, it's everyone go out and watch Peach Girl. It might not be your cup of tea, but it's so good. It's it's Sai from
really
Peach Girl. Peach Girl, it's really good. You might have to get used to the upper lip thing they do with the art style. But highly recommend. Great Bar says.
Yeah, but back to the point of video, like, yes, is it cringe when fucking people like Geeks and Gamers and Hero Hey and fucking what's his name, Yellow Flash make 10 billion different fucking videos talking shit about fucking Brie Larson or Kathleen Kennedy for the umpteenth time? Yes. But you are putting other people in the same camp as these guys when they have nothing in common except for their hatred for these specific media.
Why isn't Yellow Flash used as an example here?
That's a good question. He doesn't go for any of the big targets, as far as I'm aware. Like,
oh, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But
Great Bar says, what I find hilarious about the prequels is because of bad directing, Jedi couldn't show emotions. Imagine having Samuel L. Jackson, a great actor, be monotone.
I know. I mean, some of the most delightful things about the prequels is the behind the scenes where you see Samuel L. Jackson just being thrilled to be there. Because he is such a big nerd about it. He was so happy, and it's the best part.
Yep.
I remember when this was like from Yellow Flash, the Quartering, or whatnot.
It's a Gundam.
Or it's a Gundam. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, only one I know is the Quartering, and I follow him mostly because I actually wound up accidentally on one of his videos. Because I was responding to George Whitman, is that right? The guy that did Nomad of Nowhere. I replied to him on Twitter, so I got caught up in that screen cap that was on there. People were like, "Oh, you were on the Quartering," and I looked up, and I'm like, "Great." I was using that cute little snake from Monster Musume as my profile picture instead of like actual stuff. So I got literally no promotion out of that whatsoever.
Oh no!
Great.
Also, I was gonna say, short fat otaku. Another set of people that I kind of mix up, but that's mostly because I only see their content like so sparingly that's the reason why I get them mixed up. But it's Gundam and short fat otaku I kind of mix up as well sometimes.
All right.
I was gonna say maybe you got Yellow Flash mixed up with Reverse Flash. They look similar.
Shit, maybe. But yeah, point is, not all people who criticize the sequel trilogy or other similar media are like those people.
And there's also the further caveat that even if they are racist, even if they are sexist, even if they are homophobe or what have you, they can still also have cogent logical points. Like, just because someone is in a way reprehensible to you doesn't mean that they aren't worth listening to in terms of actual, like, trying to figure out what they're trying to say. There might be something more going on further. Like, you don't know until you've watched and actually critiqued their video.
So, there's 5 whole examples here. He only talked about one. Let's see you break down Twilight.
Please tell me how 50 Shades of Grey is a literary classic that needs to be revered and studied for all time.
Defend Mulan, the movie that was built on the literal fucking carcasses of dead people.
Oh god, yeah. Oh, that one disgusts me. I hate that film so much.
Yeah.
Become the people stealing away your media.
These SJWs just want credit for something and excuses for continuing to ruin characters in the books that they don't even read.
A face to the blame. And if they take quotes out of context, even better.
He even admits that continuing to ruin characters in the books that they don't even read.
I think it is.
A face to the blame. And if they take quotes out of context, even better.
He even admits that any sort of portrayal in terms of Magneto being Malcolm and Professor X being like MLK was something that was done unconsciously.
The Professor X is more like MLK and Magneto more.
Like, mumble under your breath.
Well, I'm reading it. I think it was certainly an unconscious feeling, yeah, and I never felt Magneto was 100% bad. I mean, there was reasons why he felt that way, but it was just up to Professor X to find some way to make him understand that he was on the wrong track.
He literally says that himself.
The reason being is that it's easier to get mad at an individual, to say this one person is responsible for all the problems you're seeing, rather than tackle abstract ideas like a philosophy.
Fuck, why is there a tiny
J.K. Rowling and Neil Gaiman are such a funny contrast to me. Like Rowling. Oh, and by the way, I put gay characters in my books. People. Is there anything showing that? No. Also, trans women don't deserve respect. People. What the fuck? Gaiman. Here are some immortals that transcend all human concepts of gender and attraction who use a variety of pronouns, and also some are clearly canon human queers. People. Are the immortals queer? That is an entirely valid way to view them. Ugh, pushing a modern woke agenda. It used to be, and then there's something covering up the last thing Gaiman is supposedly saying.
Probably thank you.
Yeah. But like, wait a minute. What film are people even talking about with Neil Gaiman?
What are you using this as reference for? I don't.
Yeah.
Just like people don't like it because it's like woke. Is that Oh my god, rewind it.
Being
feels
is
so-
that it's easier to get mad at an individual, to say this one person is responsible for all the problems you're seeing, rather than tackle abstract ideas like a philosophy. Also, whenever the video essayist loses track of their point, they can just point to a picture of their target and say that's the person who's at fault.
5 years.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I think he was using the video that I'm tackling.
Years ago, I made a big video on Steven Universe and haven't stopped having a migraine since.
They raise the anger levels again, and you're blinded to any faults or holes in their argument.
That looked like the beginning of a video, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
So wait, that's not a redirection. That's literally the
that's
start
literally
of the video.
the direction.
That's
They
an
tell
opening
you on the
thesis.
tin, Steven Universe is garbage, and here's why. I wonder if she's gonna talk shit about Steven Universe.
No, I think that's like the follow-up video to Steven Universe's Garbage, and here's why. Like that's the salty response video that Lily made to all of the criticism that she got in the video.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But still, that's the beginning. That's literally establishing the point of this new video.
It's not a redirection.
That's not a redirection.
The cycle continues again. And that's why you get angry reviews for every trailer, press release, and eventually release whenever anything science fiction or fantasy comes out.
No, it's because people keep going to these movies and films and storytelling, and they feel like they keep getting burned by it. That every time they go there, keep getting delivered a lower and lower quality product, to the point that the only way to view new releases are with skepticism and questioning, because not only do they see the quality of the writing going down, but they're also being given a pointed direction to go in by a lot of the actual PR that goes into these things. You want to know why woke gets targeted so much by people that actually look at these films? Is because woke is always raised up in the PR for those films. Like if they just shut up about the like they just shut up about it in the PR instead of trying to play to a specific base, then people go into the film, they don't even see it, and they walk out. But the problem is you want people to see it, and so you have to choose. Either you're going to end up becoming the boogeyman because a bad film has these elements and you keep praising these elements over everything else, thus making it seem from the outside in that you're prioritizing those elements over the storytelling. That's how a lot of people view it. Yep. Or you stay fucking quiet. Like what was it? Paranorman, was it? Where at the very end, just one of the characters reveals he's gay and he's been gay the entire time, and no one thinks that's weird.
Oh, yeah.
And literally, I've not heard a single person complain about that moment.
No.
In fact, I hear only praise for that moment.
Yeah.
Is the only thing Ant is implying that if you bring up the same topic over again, you're just chasing views or something like that, because Lily already talked about Steven Universe once and then made a follow-up video. Is that what he's implying here, right?
Yeah, maybe she's making a follow-up video because people are currently responding to her video, including one of the biggest, or who once was and somewhat still is, one of the biggest anime YouTubers on the fucking planet, hiding in public. Maybe that has something to do with it, my guy. I don't know.
Also, what if you just don't cover everything in the first video? Like earlier, Ant was bitching about videos being too long. But now he's bitching about what if you made it short and you had to do a follow-up? But now he's bitching about that? He just doesn't want you to talk about something if you don't agree with him. That's what it is.
Ant literally said earlier that it's not the first time that he's talking about media criticism, and it won't be the last.
Oh my god, Dex.
Yeah! I love this picture.
That is my replacement after I get rid of my Swiffer.
No! Damn, at least pay me for it, Jesus. Raymond, I already posted the picture. What are you doing?
Oh, I can't see that. I have everything covering everything right now.
Oh, my bad.
Number one rival points out that Ant is going on a tangent right now.
Yes.
True!
Yeah. What? Ah.
The reviewer wants to hit that knee-jerk reaction as fast as possible, even if they have to eat their own words later.
So yeah, he's bitching about clickbait, but yeah, that's kind of part of the game. These people get paid by doing this. Yeah. And do you like it? No. Do I like it? No. But they make money this way, and clearly it works, and clearly they have an audience, and that's how they make money.
Yeah.
Sorry, you bitching about clickbait doesn't make it go away.
Look, the asylum,
even if it's clickbait,
the asylum is still in business. They make shit films, but they still exist. Like,
yeah, and
also, what's on screen right now? Which of these YouTubers are claiming that they are Japanese culture experts just because they recognize that there is something wrong with how a particular character or culture is being depicted?
Yeah, like
Also,
even if you say that all of these people are like, oh yeah, they're getting a lot of money and attention because of things they do, it's probably because they fucking believe it. I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't be going on and on about culture war bullshit and how freaking Hollywood does a shit job at representing progressive politics or any politics for that matter if I didn't fucking believe it. I wouldn't make 100 videos about it unless I actually believe it.
You know,
I don't know about y'all.
I wonder if I could make an edit of this video mimicking. I wouldn't want to make it mimic his style, but like the idea of using this video to criticize this video.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
also, he's basically complaining about clickbait, but that's just part of the game with all YouTube. You know, he put Lily Orchard on his thumbnail a week after she was really blowing up because of controversy. That's just how clickbait works. That's how YouTube works.
Yeah, what's with your title, my guy? YouTube critics are lying to you?
Clickbait.
What's the point of making a video if you don't entice people to want to watch it?
I know clickbait has a negative connotation because a lot of early on videos, you would get like the Rickroll, which is clickbaited. You would have like, oh, see big anime girl titties, click here, and you would click on it. Oh, like you would have that. But really, it's been kind of just generified. Like it kept the negative connotation, but in reality, it's a very neutral term. It just means I'm trying to make my product as attractive to you as possible in an internet setting, so you click on the link. That's it. That's all clickbait is. And
it's the arguments that it's like when people bitch that it shouldn't be called fixing Ruby, and Cal has made a bunch of great arguments but fixing makes you click on it. What how I personally would have gone about doing Ruby in a different way. That's not a good title. That's shit, and no one's gonna click on that.
I remember that.
That's just basic English. Like, why would you go around beating around the bush, saying like a million different words when you already have a singular word that describes the thing that you are trying to convey, and that is fixing it.
Yep.
It's not clickbait when you're actually doing what you say in the title, because that's the problem. Like the reason, like you guys were talking about like specifically YouTube videos, but like clickbait has existed mostly in ads, and that's where the phrase came from, and it was always a negative term, but it was like clickbaity ads where like it's big titty anime MMO thing that's actually probably a scam. Like that's a clickbait ad and stuff like that. And then that got transferred into YouTube videos. And so like it's not clickbait if you actually do what is said in your title or in your thumbnail. It's not a clickbait video if you follow through on that.
Yeah.
Consider the critical drinker, who was so fast to capitalize on the release of Prey that he didn't even realize people were kind of hyped for this movie.
Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger and his pumped-up buddies armed with state-of-the-art weaponry got wiped out almost to the last man by just one of these things, then what kind of a chance has a 100-pound girl with a bow and arrow got against it?
And then the movie was pretty good. The moment he saw this, all the old videos he made about Prey were changed.
What?
And you know what?
Or maybe
that's there might be a point of criticism there. Fair.
Okay.
Like
yeah.
I actually think he should have kept the titles. I think you look, if you made a statement then, and yeah, it's not, you're not showing the older videos either though. You're showing the one old video, but you're showing his actual review where he's like pretty upfront about it.
Yeah.
Like, so
this makes it come off as though Critical Drinker is skeptical about the trailer, but then when he actually watched the video, he changed his mind because the movie wasn't as bad as what he thought that it was going to be, which is what a lot of people do. Like, he's just giving his honest criticism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ant is implying that Critical Drinker is chasing what's the popular opinion, where what likely is actually what has happened is he just changed his mind. Because what Ant is doing, Ant is vilifying the idea that you have to be perfect from the beginning. You have to have the idea that is going to be the popular idea right from the get-go, which we've already seen, like him using that clip about that one guy talking about Princess Peach's pants.
Right.
And you explaining that he changed his mind. You can't change your mind about something. He doesn't want you to be wrong, but he also doesn't want you to change your mind and be right.
This
The only thing that I
mind?
actually agree with Ant here is I don't think Drinker should have changed the title of the first video he made reacting to the trailer. I think he should have kept it and just been like, oh, in his review, like, I made this video back and I thought that the trailer was bad, but then I watched the film and you know what? It's actually pretty good. That's all you need to do. You just need to acknowledge it in your next follow-up. So that's the only
Yeah, I
issue.
agree.
The rest, I think, you're completely allowed to change your mind once you have actually viewed the product.
Yeah.
I hate the fact that Anthony is acting as though everyone is only ever making YouTube videos specifically in order to make money in a corporate kind of way, instead of it being like some asshole just turning on their camera and their microphone and spouting out their opinions because it's YouTube.
We got a
your opinion.
clarification on this. Having watched the EFAP coverage, Mahler claimed that Drinker changed the name because people were confusing the trailer vid and the real review.
And there you go.
Wow, interesting. A little bit of research. Hey, it was brought right to our door.
Nice.
So,
Look at that. Look at that, people.
I still think you could have kept the original name. I think you could have put Prey trailer breakdown, then kept the original name. But I understand now why he did it. It makes a lot.
I mean, the new one still conveys the very similar idea any friggin' ways. And like, fact of the matter is, he liked the friggin' movie. What's the fucking problem?
The problem is because he's a right winger and therefore he's dishonest.
Because he's chasing the clout. That's what he's trying to do. He's chasing what's popular.
He was definitely chasing clout when he said that Blue-Eyed Samurai was good, even though there was no clout for that thing from the start until people started watching it. Sure.
Because maybe he
Fuck off.
Sky Slasher says, I like Drinker, I just don't like the crowd he attracted with his hatred of the message way too far in the opposite direction. That is possibly fair. I think he's actually a much more moderated person. Like, he puts on an act about himself, but like he's very personal when he talks casually.
From what I understand, he's actually changing his review style now to be a lot more analytical.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay.
I haven't kept up with him, so I don't know.
Neither have I. So I've been interested in seeing like what his new video style is like, because someone has pointed out that his video styles have changed recently. Like they were comparing him to Chris Stuckman, who, because Chris Stuckman wants to get into Hollywood, he's been doing nothing but praising Hollywood videos. Whereas Drinker, he's also wanting to get into Hollywood, but he's showing that he has knowledge of film and how to break down film by going more into detail about his opinions.
Good shit. If that's the case, that's actually pretty good. See, people can learn and grow and change regardless of their political leanings. This is in praise of Shadows all over again in real time, but in freaking culture war in the culture war space. You shit on this dude because he's a right winger and ignoring all the aspects that actually seem to be okay upon further inspection. Now, do I think that that means any criticism of Drinker is complete bunk? Of freaking course not. But what I am telling you people is that somebody is gotta be up for that job, and it ain't this dude right here.
Great Bard says, if give fair point, I don't mind some drinker videos, but even I know he can give some bad point. Look at the stoic male character video, which I would. Yeah, no, I think his stoic male character video is actually quite weak. It's one of those ones where he tries to go right for an archetype, and it's like it doesn't really work very well.
Oh dear.
I don't remember.
Titles, thumbnails altered to appear more neutral.
Also, I'd like to point out that no hunter-gatherer society of that time period would have tolerated this kind of bullshit from one of their own. Those ideas would have been literally beaten out of her. This is 21st century Hollywood's idea of what nomadic hunter tribes acted like. So strong female character takes her suspiciously domesticated pet dog.
And you know what?
Wait, he thinks that they're not advanced enough.
This is 21st century Hollywood's idea of what nomadic hunter tribes acted like. So strong female character takes her suspiciously domesticated pet dog.
And you know what?
Well, I don't know if they had the knowledge to domesticate animals. I would assume they did, but
well, how far into the past is this? Because dogs have been domesticated for about 30,000 years.
There's colonial settlers coming in.
They're Spaniards.
Yeah.
So there had been domesticated dogs in North America before the Europeans came in. Those dogs, I think, had been extinct. Like in the modern day, like they got somehow they went extinct, and now we have like the European dog breeds and all that kind of stuff. But dogs had been domesticated by humans for a very, very long time. So
I think Drinker actually takes an L on that one. I think he does.
I'm a fucking nerd. I know about this shit. I love watching videos about this shit.
However, I know what I'm talking about. I do want to raise, I think the point he was trying to raise there, now whether or not it was true, a lot of what we understand about Native American tribes is very gentrified. It's a lot of like they gloss over a lot of the bad stuff and give us a lot of the good stuff. They try to stray away from that. It's very much like what you guys said about how women are treated.
Yeah.
Where it's like, like they in order to try and be as accepting as possible and as understanding as possible, they try to not put any criticism on them. No, I'm sorry, but like the tribes back then were they could be very violent. They could war. They often did war. I mean,
sure.
You want to get back to like any kind of like, you know what? No, that's going to start diving into political topics. I don't want to.
I don't know why he
actually. But that is like it's annoying.
Just real quickly, I just want to ask Twilight a specific question here.
Yes.
Now, Twilight, you disagree with Drinker here, and you have the facts to prove it.
Yes.
Do you think he got that wrong out of maliciousness?
No. I think that he is just very ignorant about history, and he is making assumptions based off of his limited knowledge. Not that he's being malicious about it, it's just his own lack of knowledge about history, and specifically about history of domestication in dogs.
Yes.
And there you go.
I would concur. All right.
Yeah.
Good. Cool. At least that's better than a ton of grifters who don't hide their shameless grifting on every news story. You know, at least he had the self-awareness to go, okay, this is an unpopular take, let me change it slightly.
Without changing
anything
he said, but hiding behind an acceptance.
Did he re-upload the video, or did he just change the thumbnail?
He just changed the title. He just changed the title.
So he's that's annoying. It's annoying. He's mad that Critical Drinker realized he was wrong and had a different opinion in his follow-up video, but he's also mad that he had the initial opinion in the first place. So what do you want? You want him to just stick to his laurels and stick to his guns and keep saying the same thing I originally said?
You just want Critical Drinker. I think that's what you want. I think you just want him to die. I know you might be saying, hey, look, I might just be reading into this a little bit. And yes, no, I am. I'm absolutely reading into this.
Wait. Okay, wait.
You want a YouTuber to be lying and malicious, Anthony? Anthony Gabagoo wants
Gramuglia.
Gobbledygook.
Gesundheit.
Most don't. Most are shameless in their approach. Most are very superficial in their approach. When reports came out that X-Men 97 was Disney's third most watched original program to debut on Disney+, grifters were fast to call X-Men 97 a flop. Which, yeah, flops don't get greenlit for a third season before the end of season 1, and don't get reported in Variety for having 3.5 million viewers in the final episode.
Then why did Velma get a second season?
Yeah, exactly. It was already contracted that Velma was going to get 2 seasons any friggin' way.
Also, let's be clear here. This is all on Disney's word. Disney 100% controls all knowledge of the streaming numbers that come through its service, and they typically do not like making their own original IPs look bad. So,
so
like I'm not saying they're actually lying here, but the potential that they could be exists, and the fact that you are not at all questioning it is very dishonest.
Not to mention, I have no idea what these other YouTubers are even talking about. What information do they had that led them to that conclusion?
That's exactly
I would like
what I
to
was
know
going to say.
that.
He's just showing us a thumbnail. The thumbnail doesn't tell me if they have points in the video that are what he's implying. I don't know. Because lots of times I'll make a thumbnail that looks outrageous, but when you click on the video, it's like, no, I'm obviously exaggerating for the sake of fucking clickbait. Like, just because the thumbnail said flop, that doesn't mean they are saying it's a flop. They're just getting you to try to click on the video. But I don't know any better.
He's treating these people like they're freaking flat earthers when we don't know the freaking context.
When reports came out that X-Men 97 was Disney's third most watched original program to debut on Disney+, grifters were fast to call.
High count.
Shit. I can't even read this.
Only 6% watch X-Men 97. Ratings abysmal. We don't know where he's getting that source from.
X-Men 97.
It's over for Disney. Disney Plus and Marvel dead with X-Men 97 rating mega flop. We have no information there, but that seems like a conclusion. So I guess kind of fair.
A flop.
X-Men 97 got a lot of... Well,
oh, you want me to go back?
Yeah.
Can you go back to the first one real quick?
Okay.
Because I want to see how many
okay,
views
this is
these
an
videos
unpopular
have.
take. Let me change it slightly. Most don't. Most are shameless in their approach. Most are very superficial in their approach. When reports came out that X-Men 97 was Disney's third most watched original program to debut on Disney+, grifters...
There you go.
With only
4,000?
Yeah, 4K.
4,000
That's
views,
4K
only
views.
6.18% watching X-Men 97, Disney may be a tarnished brand for an entire generation.
Also, this video's... It looks like it's 2 hours long. That's probably like a stream or a reaction video.
3 hours, 5 minutes, 47 seconds.
Did you watch the whole thing, Ant? Did you sit down and watch the whole video? Or did you just judge this off of its thumbnail?
Well, they also talk about Doctor Who, but we're not talking about Doctor Who.
Yeah, let's not talk about Doctor Who. Great Bar says Velma was contracted for a second season, so was X-Men, but fan liking it got it a third season. We knew about Velma.
I was about to mention Velma's second season being already in production because it was contracted. Someone mentioned that it's possible that Velma was initially set to have a specific amount of episodes, and then they just cut it in half to make it 2 seasons.
Yeah.
I think Cynical Reviews said that in his most recent video about it,
Now whatchamacallit getting a third season, that might indicate that there was high viewership. Like, it is possible these people are wrong.
To a fast to call X-Men 97.
See, so it's over for Disney Plus, and Marvel dead with X-Men 97 ratings mega flop. X-Men 97 got a little bit of praise from a lot of people, but the ratings show it didn't move the needle at all. People have given up.
Is it really grifting if you're only getting 4,000 views?
Yeah.
Doesn't it show that maybe they're off the mark? People don't want to hear about this?
These are incredibly small creators.
Oh, here we
They're
go,
coming to these
15,000 views.
false...
Well, that one has 15K. Ooh.
Yeah, another Marvel Feige flop question mark. So it's a question, X-Men 97
Question
viewership in
exclamation.
Disney Plus dumpster despite reviews. Another Marvel Feige flop. Oh, is this just basically the same thing? Why do, even for SE for search engine optimization, you don't want to put the title back at the top of your fucking description.
Yeah, no.
You want new stuff in the description so you can maximize the number of clicks you get.
I'm surprised you got as many views as you did when you don't know how to title anything, my dude.
Which, yeah, flops don't get greenlit for a third season before the end of season 1, and don't get reported
unless you're Disney.
3.5 million viewers in the final episode, rising in rank with each subsequent episode.
Based on
these
what
people
data?
do hate.
Yeah, this is why they wanted X-Men to fail.
You. If you look at Bo DeMeo, the guy who's the showrunner for the show, he is a person who just really, really wants to tear down this society, put his global homo agenda into everything, and then you better eat it up, consumer, or you're a bigot.
The other.
Also, I have to say, again, you have changed the styling of your text on screen, Anthony.
Oh, God, I forgot. We should have kept a counter for this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, at least this time you put it white on with a black stroke around it so you could actually make out what it was saying. But fuck, man.
Other common tactic from grifters: the past is perfect.
There is a big difference between older Stan Lee Marvel and new corporate-approved Marvel sanitized for a modern audience.
Peach has been an established character where she has been a delicate princess for a very long time.
There's 60+ years of comics proving this. Stop
Okay.
ruining the
Oh my god.
You piece. Okay.
You hyped this up as being your mistake. Why are you still going after just some guy's tweet?
And also, just some guy pointing out the very justifiable fact that Peter Parker isn't gay, as a bi man, by the way, who has zero incentive, socially speaking, to say this, like, isn't saying that the past is perfect. He is just saying that, hey, they established this character as being this way for over 60+ years. How about you make a new fucking character? That's all he fucking said. And I rewatched that goddamn video since we started this one. It is ridiculous.
It's like, so people, there are two types of people that are trying to, like, I could diversify what you say. People that cling to the past. Okay, there are people that think that media overall was better in the past. That's a whole entire topic on itself. And then there are people that are saying, hey, there were things established about these well-beloved characters that maybe don't fucking change because it doesn't need to be changed. Like Peter Parker's sexuality. There's the argument. Princess Peach should maintain a much more feminine position in the Mario setting. I think there's an argument to be made there, a whole conversation to be had. Like these are conversation starters, and I think you can ultimately land on one side or the other. You shouldn't be bashing them for saying them.
Yeah, like Anthony, I'm pretty sure if freaking Batwoman, who is a gay woman, by the way, like DC came out and say that, hey, we're gonna make Batwoman bisexual, even though we've had her for like 20+ years or maybe a little less, I don't know, of her being just completely gay with no interest in men whatsoever. I'm pretty sure you would have a problem with that.
And even if you have characters who are LGBT in fiction, you guys can't settle on what kind of sexuality they have. So, like, those characters get bounced around a lot. Like, the main one that I kept hearing about for a while was, like, SpongeBob. Because, like...
Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
They were saying, like, oh, yeah, SpongeBob is gay. And it's like, no, SpongeBob is ace. The creator said SpongeBob was ace. Why are you saying he's gay now?
There's a whole video.
I've been hearing people say that since I was a kid, unironically.
There's a whole video from Ant. Seems to just be he is annoyed that people have different opinions than him about politics specifically, and he's trying to like tie this into media analysis because that's the point, the quote-unquote point of his YouTube channel.
Hey, Critter, isn't that the whole thing that he is accusing these people of doing?
But yes.
It's projection, it's
he's
projecting, he is projecting so hard.
This is one of the most hypocritical videos I've ever seen.
You're not allowed to have
how
a different
much-
opinion than me.
It's hilarious how revealing this video is about him.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe that's what annoys him about critics, is that, like, a lot of the really good critics, at least, are, like, kind of hard to get a read on. Like, because they're going right to the point of their videos, and they're not really, like, doing anything along the way. So he's like, I don't know which side you are, and then when they finally learn they have any inkling one way or another, he might, like, just project, oh, obviously they're evil, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's why he likes H Bomber Guys' video, because that's the political leaning he has. It doesn't actually matter what H Bomber Guy says in the video. It doesn't matter all of this bullshit he's babbled about critique, about different plot elements, about Star Wars, about vibes and plots and Blade Runner. It's all been kind of an irrelevant shield he's built to really try to get to the point of he's trying to convince you he's not judging them based solely off of their political leaning, but he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
He
keep
really
in
is.
mind, and keep in mind, in case him or anyone in his audience is watching, I have barely any kind of bias towards any of the people that Ant is watching, Ant is talking about. Of the people he's mentioned or shown clips of this video, I only like, what, 2 or 3 of them? Maybe a little less? Like, but I am telling you straight up, believe me when I say this dude is freaking dishonest. You can go all the way back in this VOD once this video gets up, and you can just see it for yourselves. I have no reason to back these people other than basic common sense.
I was going to say, the only person who I might be in the corner here of are Literature Devil and Critical Drinker, people who I don't even really follow all that closely. It's like they're just people that I'm familiar with, that I've watched some of their videos and generally like, but like it doesn't mean that like I would necessarily like completely white knight them. Also,
I'm sorry, one person, just some guy, I think.
Yeah.
And even then, like you said, I won't really completely white knight him because, you know, he's done some things over the years I'm iffy about.
Guy Slasher says, remember when everyone lost their shit at John Kent's Superboy being bi? Bad times, everyone honestly thought that was cool. Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Oh, right. I remember
don't care
that
about
whole thing.
Comics. I hate their continuity.
Yeah, me neither.
The dumb thing about this is also he started this video trying to be like, I'm gonna look at both sides politically, because he's lumping in Lily Orchard into this, and Lily claims to be left-leaning because, you know, so he's like, I'm gonna look at both critically, but he isn't. He's lying. He just also wanted to complain about Lily.
The only left-leaning people is like just some guy, Lily, and Anita Sarkeesian. All of these other people are, well, at least the ones that I know about, are like right-wing.
Speaking of which, guess what point we're at?
Oh boy.
But the right-wing grifters, easy pickings. Simple, basic. I want to show you that I'm not just letting my political bias show.
There we go.
Wow, thank you for slapping everyone on the right wing of the political aisle. Just go ahead and do that casually.
So let's start talking about Anita Sarkeesian and Lily Orchard.
You know what I do like, though? Old shit.
Anita Sarkeesian was for years
Do
the
you?
boogeyman of the internet, releasing fairly mediocre video essays analyzing video games from a feminist perspective. And while her videos do have faults...
You're not allowed to say that. She's a woman. She has no faults.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? You're hyper-fixating on this woman here. What the hell are you doing?
How
I don't think it's a good idea to necessarily label them all as bad faith media criticisms. Poorly
But
crafted,
she specifically is bad faith.
Also, immediately much more forgiving of the left-leaning woman than of any of the right-wing grifters.
Yeah, so much softened language here.
Like, I don't like right-wing. I don't like right-wing grifters either, but you're just so blatantly hypocritical. Like bring the same energy to both. That's the thing that pisses me off.
I don't see the wings.
If you were
I hate
upfront and
grifters
say,
in general.
I particularly hate right-wing grifters, so I'm going to be even harsher on them, I probably wouldn't have as much of an issue with you. in terms of this, but I would still would have issues. But like, I would probably be a little more forgiving. But right now, it's like you flipped the switch. You are a different person now.
Like, it's a known fact that Anita Sarkeesian is a grifter.
Yes.
Like, that was her whole
We have
thing.
documented evidence of it. She failed to produce, I think, 4 of the 14 episodes she promised to. Where'd the money go?
Yeah.
She just took it and left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the faux
Isn't there a whole
claims
documentary about this?
It's the faux claims of I'll do it evenly, both sides, and
But
just
from
stick
the
to your
perspective
guns,
of
dude.
someone with minimal experience playing games, it's not necessarily bad faith. A lot of her errors come from someone who just isn't experienced with the medium, doesn't know the experience of female
She
gamers.
can't criticize games properly if she's barely played any games.
She
I'm
is
sorry.
actively an advisor on massive AAA video games throughout the entire industry. Multiple of them, and she's getting paid millions to do so. She better have a fucking idea what she's talking about.
It's okay. Baby just doesn't know how to play games. It's fine. We can excuse this. Oh, but that other dude didn't know every intricate, detailed lore about Star Wars' universe. How dare he?
Oh, Critical Drinker doesn't know facts about fucking herding and training and like paying aliens and all aliens, fuck animals and shit. Bad reviewer, bad faith. What the fuck, dude? Anita is trying to actively change the fundamental way in how games are being constructed, marketed, and presented to the public. She has no excuse.
I watched a lot of her videos back when she first published them because I wanted to know what she was saying. I thought that it was really a fascinating idea to talk about how women are depicted in video games. But I knew that she was going into it bad faith. Like a lot of people focus on like how she focused on women being beat up in Grand Theft Auto, as though you can't beat up every single fucking person in Grand Theft Auto.
I'll hop on that bandwagon just a moment. But Oscar Borgia says, "Oh no, this part. I remember this part. Also, can't stay just here to say hi and tell you guys take care. Also, Anita is awful." Agreed.
Thanks a lot, Oscar.
Have a good day.
See you later, buddy.
Yeah, I was gonna hop on that. Like, oh, I'm sorry, in the game where you play as a fucking hitman, you happen to be able to kill just about everyone, including the strippers? Oh, wait, did you fail to mention something that by killing an innocent person that's not involved with your assassination target whatsoever, it actually deducts your reward at the end of a mission, thus penalizing you for not actually taking the proper course of action during the game?
Yeah.
Interesting. You completely neglected to answer that, Anita. Why didn't you mention that?
And to this day, I'm still frustrated because I would like to have a comprehensive video on how women are depicted in video games as a whole, and all of the nuances that can come with that, and all of the issues that can come with that. But Anita isn't that, and nobody has done it since. And Anita has poisoned the well for anyone who comes after her who tries to do that, because now everyone will think that they're just trying to be Anita Sarkeesian 2.0. So like, if I wanted to do a video like that, which I'd been wanting to kind of try out for a long time, but I would need to play a lot more video games in order to do that, to get a comprehensive view of them, I would probably get attacked for that because I am doing another video series like Anita Sarkeesian. So the well is already poisoned for anyone who comes after her. She has done that.
Yeah, I was gonna say
she has made everything worse.
She's a liar.
I would love for Twy to actually do that, but now because of Anita, she's going to have to front load in her own series. The most easiest way to do it is actually saying, look, guys, I'm not Anita Sarkeesian. I'm trying to do this from an interesting point of view here. We'll go into your actual thought processes. But the fact is she has to do that as opposed to maybe making it a slight comment. Like, it's
actually, this is perfect. This is so fucking perfect. Ant is trying to say that all of these YouTubers who are doing all of these bad faith practices are ruining the landscape of media criticism in YouTube. Actually, which I don't believe is true, because there's so much variety in different thoughts and feelings and opinions that people can freely have on YouTube, and people that do not follow the same grain, even though they have somewhat similar takes. But Anita is a primary example of that actually being the case, because what both you and Twilight said, Raymond, that you now have to actually carry the curse of the legacy of what Anita has brought onto the platform because of her shitty fucking videos of her trying to project her views and her ideology about how gaming should be on the people.
Great Bar says, this part is awful. I swear he has no criticisms and links videos. Good videos, I will say, but can he really not give points? That's a good question. We'll have to see. My mic is still quiet. Look, I was blown out last stream, and I really hated it. I'm trying to fix that, guys.
It was weird because you were simultaneously quiet, but also blown out.
Yeah, it has to do with the gain of my microphone. But yeah, it's... God, I remember that video that first came out where she revealed, like, I'm not really a gamer, but it was like one of her first, like,
oh my God,
like presentations in college. It was really embarrassing.
So fucking bullshit.
And then she tried to market herself as a girl gamer who's been gaming ever since she was a little kid. It's like, you liar. Just don't buy a whole bunch of games with the copious amounts of money that you have and then act as though you've had these since you were a little girl. Just shut up.
The fact that we have allowed her to become a consultant is proof that God is dead and we killed him.
Like, I will admit that I haven't been a dedicated gamer until I was about 11 or 12 years old, around the time that Pokemon Sapphire came out. That was when I decided to become an actual gamer, because I just wanted to play Pokemon Sapphire. But I had played video games prior to that. Only in the summer, when I went down to visit my mom's friend whose son happened to have an N64. That was the only time prior to that that I had ever played video games. Because at the time, the media culture was that video games were for boys.
Right.
And it wasn't until I made the conscious decision that I didn't care about gendered shit anymore that I decided to become a gamer.
I remember, I think she tried to make a point about how a female character's depiction was bad because she had jewelry and makeup. And it's like, you can't do anything that's traditionally feminine. That's no good. And then a bunch of people was like, but what if I want to wear makeup and jewelry? What do you mean?
Oh, but guys, Anita has...
To imply a woman is wearing makeup and jewelry because she is trying to attract men is another point of that's another sexist argument to make.
And it's so frustrating.
Guys, Anita has a control. She has a controller, okay? So that means she's a gamer. That means she's an expert.
And it's so frustrating now that because of Anita and all of the Gamergate bullshit, you can't do anything with a woman regardless in video games anymore. Because if you make the character like look like a normal human being, then all of a sudden it's woke and they're making everything bad and the character is ugly for looking like a normal fucking human being. But you also can't make them you can also base the character off of a supermodel because it's it's sexist and unrealistic.
Unrealistic, yeah. And they look like a 12-year-old. That's my favorite one.
Yeah.
This clearly grown-ass Asian woman looks like she's 12. Sure, buddy.
You literally cannot do anything with a woman in any kind of medium because no matter what, it's going to be bad. So, like, what are we supposed to do? You can't win no matter what. The only thing that you can do is just not have the woman in the video game at all. But even then, that's still sexist. So it's like, just don't make video games, I guess.
It basically just all boils down to, was it Thomas Was Alone? That entire game that's just about geometric shapes.
Yeah.
Etc. But there are some bad faith criticisms within Anita Sarkeesian's greater lens that I feel a lot of people, especially on the left, refuse to engage with, primarily because she was a target of so much harassment. But enough time has passed. We can actually look at some of her bad faith arguments and address them as bad faith. Take two things into account: her restrictive lens of feminism and her tendency to manipulate the game mechanics to prove a point. The latter point is easier to prove first, so we'll start there.
Once a person is reduced to the status of objecthood, violence against that object becomes intrinsically permitted.
In Hitman, she constantly implies the games encourage players to commit acts of violence in areas where you can voyeur on models.
Players are then invited to explore and exploit those situations during their playthrough.
Yeah, clearly
but
invited.
Doing this is actually counter to the game's mechanics. The game punishes you for making too much of a scene.
The player cannot help but treat these female bodies as things to be acted upon.
Is that you or is
because
that
they were
her?
designed.
I think he's censoring the video.
Yeah, he might be censoring the video.
He's doing a shit job of it. I'm still seeing it.
Oh, I just realized that thing earlier with the subscribe button covering up Neil Gaiman's tweet, or the thing talking about the hypothetical conversation about Neil Gaiman. He was saying "fuck you." He was censoring the word "fuck." That's what it was.
Oh,
okay.
That makes a little more sense now.
Okay.
Your time is not to your benefit.
I'm so innocent. I said thank you because that was the only possible thing that I could think about.
Characters.
You can do it, but you can do a lot of things in video games. You can have Mario try to give Koopas little forehead kisses in every Mario game, but that doesn't mean he'll end.
The fuck? That's not.
What?
You can't. No, there's no.
Yeah, you can't technically do that. No,
you can't. No, you can make it
No.
look like it.
I mean-
very difficultly, but you can't do that. Like you can't do that in the same vein that you can kill a woman in Hitman.
Yeah.
The more appropriate comparison would probably be like, you can try and live with bokoblins without the bokoblin mask in Breath of the Wild, but that probably won't work very well. Now will it?
It's that same thing. It's that same argument of when he was trying to talk about like debunking the Mary Sue concept with Rey, rather than say something like, you can kill every character, not just the female characters. It's all characters, men, everybody in Hitman. Instead, he's doing this weird roundabout way of being like, but you could do this in other games and that's different. And it's like, he hurts his own point with his refusal to just address the common concepts.
Yeah, didn't he accuse other YouTubers of not speaking plainly about shit when the situation called for it?
I don't think he's not speaking plainly. I just don't think he's smart enough to really understand. He knows sexism is bad, but I don't think he understands how to articulate that.
Yeah.
Sexism is bad.
As a grown-ass man, sure.
Sora Hart says, this is my own opinion, but I think someone becomes a gamer when they beat a game from start to finish, and that game for me is Kingdom Hearts 1. I think that's a little restrictive. I think gamers is such a catch-all term. It's very broad.
Well, what about games that don't technically have an ending? Because
like
the
MMOs.
the game that I mostly played before I decided to buy Pokemon Sapphire was Pokemon Stadium, and I don't think that game technically has an ending.
It doesn't.
There's
it's a tournament mode. I was
not
gonna say,
really.
like, what about all the poor Fortnite gamers? What are you telling them?
I guess they're not gamers either.
I was gonna say, like,
that's a whole bunch of 12-year-olds, buddy.
Look, Fortnite players are gamers. They're just not people.
Yeah.
All right.
My grandmother, I call her a gamer, and the only thing she plays is like Adventure Quest or other like free browser kind of games. That doesn't have an ending.
The problem is, though, that Anita conflates being able to do a thing in a game with the game encouraging you to do said thing.
Yes.
Once a person is reduced to the status of objecthood, violence against that object becomes intrinsically permitted.
There's a common theme in her video essays, but I find that less disturbing than how her specific brand of feminism impacts her criticisms.
Well, it says, Great Bar says, you know what's really funny? Anita does bring it up. She brings up that even if you were told off or lose points for something, you would still try to do it, like Undertale Genocide Run as an example. This is my example.
But that's
so wait, she actually accounted for that.
Still doesn't.
So Ant isn't even winning any points here.
Yeah, like
it would be
even
more...
then. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, but go ahead, Kirk. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it would be more sexist if you couldn't kill the women in Hitman.
Yeah.
Because they're women.
You know what's really annoying? People bring it up all the time. You can't kill children in Fallout. And then the game forces you to interact with an entire civilization in Fallout 3 that are made up of children that you can't kill. And if you disobey them, they can kill you quite easily. It's almost as if that's a really shitty mechanic. And there should have been there either some better thought put into exactly what happened there.
Yeah, not to mention, like, even though Anita kind of covered her ass with that, if what you're saying is true, Great Bar, like, just because a player might try to do something doesn't mean that, like, that still doesn't mean the game is inviting you to do it. It just gives you the option as a possible thing, because why wouldn't you be able to kill women if you could kill men?
Also, I am trying to get my mic audio correct. I think that's a good point. I don't fucking know, man. Microphones are weird.
Yeah, it's just the double standards that is really annoying. Like, just treat women like human beings. Jesus Christ.
You see, what a lot of people don't realize is that feminism isn't a singular philosophy, especially if you've listened to right-wing grifters all your life. Feminism is actually an umbrella term that applies to multiple different subsets of philosophy.
It's common to say first, second, and third wave feminism, but even within that, there's several different disciplines, I understand. So, I mean, yeah.
I mean, isn't feminism basically just women should be treated like human beings? I don't think we need to try to break it down like it's a Rubik's Cube of thought.
I was going to say, on the surface, yes, but there's a lot of people that completely either manipulate it or softball it. Like, you can go either direction.
Yeah, there are different groups of people who use feminism in order to talk about other things as well. Like, there are anti-men feminists, for instance, or feminists who want to go after this particular subject or that particular subject, and they sometimes don't agree with each other, and then they fight each other, and then
or TERFs, basically, yeah. Like, not to mention, especially since
feminism civil war.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about a sociological term, you're almost always going to have subsections of beliefs like that. That's what I've learned because it's part of what I'm studying currently in university anyways. That's just gonna happen. It doesn't always seem like that, but still.
It's like saying, what? Americans don't get along with each other, but they're all Americans.
Josh Thomas Moore, yes, I have seen that Gynax is going under. That was a long time coming. I'm not surprised.
Oh yeah, 110%. And as much as I have love for a lot of things that Gynax has done, this is well deserved.
Third wave feminism, these occur because over time people's perspectives on gender rights issues and etc. have shifted as new information becomes available and new discussions arise. It's responding to an ever-changing progressive world. Gender identity has become a huge part of discussion, and this goes beyond simply just what gender you're assigned at birth. Gender expression is a huge point as well, with several feminists in disagreement on whether women need to embrace or reject traditional feminine presentation, or if it's the individual's choice, that the person can choose how to express their own gender however they see fit. In case it's not obvious, I believe in that last point, that people should be able to express their gender however they see fit. And so a lot of Anita Sarkeesians are...
So long as they're on the right side, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally.
Also, dude, fucking re-record your lines. You're stumbling over yourself. It's very annoying. I sound more coherent and I'm doing this live.
Or maybe personal self-expression should not be tied to gender at all. Like, because what is the difference between gender expression and personality?
Yeah, there's also, like, men, like, either rejecting or embracing traditional masculine concepts, you know? That's all. It's not just a feminist-only perspective. Yeah. Also, this has nothing to do with critics
I lift
lying
weights
to you.
every single day, but if I see a spider, I scream like a little girl and run away. No, I'm kidding. It's actually the opposite.
Batman thing.
I don't lift weights, but
my
I will not
God.
run away from a spider.
Yep.
Blade charge. There will always be extremes in politics. Yep.
110%.
Extremists, yeah,
like,
yeah.
Same difference.
Also, hey, Common, good to see you here.
Yep.
Welcome back.
Arguments which are
Welcome
rooted
to the
in
train wreck.
this discussion of conforming or rejecting traditional femininity, I find very troubling. Anita, in a lot of her videos, subscribes to a very particular form of feminism, one where pacifism, beauty, and intelligence are key distinguishing features. But she also regards anything assigned with traditional female presentation, like dresses or fluffy bows, to be negative, to be stereotypical.
That's what I was talking about.
Cliché.
Yeah,
Thankfully,
exactly.
the game doesn't resort to clear gendered signifiers like a pink outfit or a pretty bow in her hair, nor does it present her gender as some kind of surprise twist like we see in the original Metroid. In both visual design and writing, Sword and Sorcery is subtle about asserting the Scythian's gender.
As a result,
I'm sorry, did you just insult Samus? Did you insult the twist of Samus, the thing that probably got a lot of young male gamers to completely recontextualize in their mind what it means to be a female protagonist?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that fucking game did more legwork, Anita, than your movement ever fucking did. So
yeah.
You know, normally I don't say this to a woman, but sit down and shut the fuck up.
I mean, legitimately, like, let the actual other women who understands how these things work actually get into it. Because the reason why Samus was so instrumental is because it was during a time where that wasn't common. Back in fucking 1979 or some shit, you don't imagine a woman being able to run around with a freaking arm cannon blowing up alien brains and giant dinosaur looking things.
And as shitty as it is, if they had back in that day, if they had tried to market it like that, then people wouldn't have bought it because that's a woman.
Yeah.
Like, the thing that makes this really frustrating is it's very similar to the kind of views that Lily Orchard has with the allegory with the X-Men. It's like, oh yeah, X-Men is an outdated allegory for racism in the 60s, and the movies were outdated allegories for LGBT people in the 2000s. It's like, yes, Lily, they're contemporary to the issues that they came out in. That's not dated, Lily. That's contemporary.
They couldn't see into the future when they made their movies.
It's almost as like you could use them as a time capsule to help you explore and understand what the current landscape was at that time period.
Yeah,
it's almost like the X-Men. It's almost like the X-Men aren't just a specific stand-in for a particular group of people, but the concept of othering other identities, othering other people that are just as valuable and deserving of basic human decency and rights and respect.
That's why I make a note to say that the X-Men were not an allegory for racism in the 60s to any large degree until a different writer came in the 80s and then made it really apparent. And then by the time the 2000s came about, LGBT rights were a really big issue, and then that's when that became an allegory for LGBT people.
Oh my god, Billy Donuts! Who wants donuts? Woo! I want a donut!
Yay! Also, I agree with Raymond. He often sips his respect women juice.
She creates a particular box for which things can be valid in her eyes as female rep, or invalid if it falls outside that box.
Unlike the deaths of so many female characters in games which serve the purpose of fueling the development of male characters, the Scythian's death is tragic because her life had intrinsic value.
Fuck you, lady! Oh my god! Wait. Wait, fuck. Yep. Sorry, was that you or Anth? Who was posting that? I don't know.
Oh, wait.
I think Ant might have been. I think that might have been Ant. Yeah.
Okay. Ant, you get a slight win there, but I'm still angry at you for making me double think it because you're.
That's the thing. It's really easy to grab talking points from people like Anita or Lily Orchard, which we'll see after this section, I'm guessing. and be like, look at how wrong they are, because they're very wrong people. So if you want to make yourself look better, like, I guess, how's that low-hanging fruit taste, I suppose.
This means a ton of beloved characters are arbitrarily criticized for falling outside her particular parameters, especially Nintendo characters like Princess Peach, Princess Zelda, and even Samus Aran.
Consequently, the trope robs women in peril from the opportunity of being the architects of their own escape, and therefore prevents them from becoming archetypal heroes themselves. Disguised as Sheik, she is a helpful and active participant in the adventure, transforms back into her more stereotypically feminine form of Princess Zelda. She's captured within 3 minutes. Her rescue then becomes central to the end of Link's quest. Once in a while, she might be given the opportunity to have a slightly more active role in facilitating the hero's quest, typically by opening doors, giving hints, power-ups, and other helpful items.
Which is frankly the same thing a lot of right-wing grifters do with their arguments, that they have a very specific box as to what they deem acceptable, and if it falls outside that box, it is seen as bad.
Says she is. They are not the
Interesting.
same.
It's very-
what we've seen from them, from you shown us.
Yeah, I was about to say, it is very interesting how you do a much better job at showcasing this problem with Anita, but not with other YouTubers that are right-wing. I find that incredibly curious, how your skill in analyzing and criticizing other creators shifts depending on who you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's interesting to me.
To talk about Anita's point, which I hate, what about Nabooru? What about Princess Ruto? What about Saria? What about Malin? What about all the other female characters? What about Impa? They all help you along the way.
Yeah.
What about
What about the
single
fucking
character in
Gerudo,
Fire
an
Emblem?
entire civilization of just women who can kick people's asses and are isolationists? They're like,
There are more women who help out Link and are instrumental to his success on his journey than there are men. What is there?
What about Midna?
Who is an owl? That I'm just
there's
talking about
Darunia.
Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, the
but-
Darunia, the owl. There's
Yeah, it's Darunia and Kaepora Gaebora, and then the rest of them are all women.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I guess the Deku tree is presented as male, I guess.
But he has a seed. So I would assume gender fluid.
I
think
gender
trees he him
synthesis?
pronouns, so we'll go with he.
Yeah, we'll go with he.
I guess if you I guess it's more of a challenge or like an obstacle in the way we get Mido, who was blocking a door and said, "Okay, I'll let you through. If you see Link, by the way, say hi." I mean, I'm just like throwing it out there as to be like even trying close balance, and it doesn't work at all.
There are only 2 male characters that are helpful, and there is 1 male character that bars you and is like a much hated character because he's a bit of an asshole. And all the other characters are female, and they all help you. So
And some of them
also got such a great development.
I mean, you don't. Admittedly, you don't see it because they couldn't really do complex fight scenes. But like, Ruto kicks ass off screen. I'm pretty sure. Oh, what's her face from the Gerudo kicks ass off screen. Nabooru. Impa kicks ass off screen. Sheik kicks ass off screen. Like
Impa was
that's why she's in Smash Bros.
Impa was so badass that she not only saved the entirety of Kakariko Village, and also it captured, beheaded, and imprisoned the spirit of Bongo Bongo. But then when the spirit was released, she went back to try to do it again.
Hold the fort. I'll be right back.
The Deku tree is the dad, and the ground is the mom. Sora Heart.
Well, there are a lot of plants that are both genders. They can they have both male and female parts. Like lilies are actually one of those species. There are trees that can do that, but we don't know that the seed came directly from the Great Deku Tree. Like there could be
it's a realm with magic. Like it could have been
a realm with magic.
Anything. It could have been the golden goddesses
They're
themselves.
magic fluid, guys. That's what
It could have just been the 3 goddesses planted that seed after he died. For all we know. Because there always has to be a Deku tree.
But yeah, this is why freaking Anita is such a bad influence, because she ignores basic fucking reality, which makes sense because she barely even experienced it for herself. She's not a part of the community. This is the problem with Lily's takes on anime, because despite the fact that she only seen 10 from beginning to end, she makes big sweeping statements about the entire medium and the people who consume it, which is incredibly unfair and dishonest. I still haven't had a chance to watch her Dungeon Meshi video, the original one that she deleted. I have it, by the way. I haven't had the chance to watch it yet, but I will now that I finished Dungeon Meshi. 7 out of 10, waiting for season 2.
7 out of 10. Friendship over. Never talk to me again.
I walk in on that hot take. Holy shit.
It is 1,000 out of 10.
I would say it's not perfect, but dear God, it's at least an 8, if not a 9.
I guess I'm the only one out of all of us who has not yet seen Dungeon Meshi. I guess I should get on that.
It's on our list.
It's really good. It's really, really good. Okay, it's a hard 7 to a light 8, to me at least.
Sora Hart says the Deku Tree is the dad and the ground is the mom. Okay.
Yeah, we already read that. It's so funny.
Yeah.
The only difference is Anita is doing this from a leftist perspective, where the right-wing grifter is doing from a right-wing perspective. But it's the same problem. It's the same faulty argument.
Hold on. Hit
just
pause for a
applied to
quick
different
second.
political...
It's Anita. She gets a name. And right-wing grifters. They're a concept. They're a buzzword.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna paint yourself as being honest from both sides, actually try.
Yeah, maybe not lie yourself like 10 different times throughout this friggin' video.
lenses. And the end result is the same. Rather than engage with the media in question, both apply a restrictive limitation to what is and isn't good, which ignores a lot of the statements made by audience members of a certain particular type of media. They may find certain characters empowering, like Bayonetta.
Consistency. That's it. That's it. Like everyone talks about like Mueller and objectivity, and he actually changed his stance. He clarified what his stance was, which is consistency. The consistency of the storytelling, the consistency of the plot elements, one object A to B makes sense, is internally consistent. And when you have an internally consistent whole, everything else will follow smoothly. That is basically the standpoint. That's it. That's not a bad standard. That's a very solid standard, and a lot of people make that their standard.
Yeah, because it's the most useful standard. Without having a standard based on consistency, how can we use that as a basis to improve craft? Any craft, not just filmmaking, anything.
We have a standardized way of making a chair, and there's many different ways to make a chair, but we have a standardized ways that we know how, and the basic thing is, can it sit on the floor, and can we sit on it? That is a chair.
Yep. Well, can we sit on it without it breaking?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who were criticized by Anita Sarkeesian when they first came around. Now they're regarded as a beloved icon of video games, but Anita Sarkeesian argued that Bayonetta was sexist. This ignored the opinion of a lot of women who found her empowering, and a lot of lesbians who wanted to, who felt very attracted to Bayonetta. Because, can you blame them?
Okay, but lesbians can be attracted to any female character, so...
You can be attracted to someone and also think that they're bad representation.
Well, yeah, I don't think that helps.
Hey, you know what? I think Sai is kind of cute in Peach Girl. I do not think she's a good representation of femininity. She is like all the negative aspects of femininity rolled into one ball of insanity.
She is, yes.
I think Blake and Yang are really pretty characters.
Well, not in their volume 7 through 9 design.
Yeah, they're really Blake and Yang.
To be fair, nobody's pretty in those. But anyways, Leon Critique says, rather... She's 17, Raymond. Jesus Christ. Anyways, Leon Critique says, rather than engage with the media, man who cannot engage with a 46-second clip on with a 46-second clip on Twitter before jumping to conclusions. For context, when EFAP covered this video, they called this man a smug asshole. I know, the gall of these people, right? And they had the cojones to make a freaking soy jack out of him. And Anthony interpret that as them saying that he is ugly when that wasn't true. They were just calling him smug.
Manga Common says crow, 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 and crow.
Okay, Crow does look good, but that's because his outfit barely changed.
What about Crow though?
Oh, Crow from fucking what's his name?
No, don't specify. That's what makes it funny.
Okay.
The point is, and a lot of lesbians who wanted to, you know, who felt very attracted to Bayonetta, because can you blame them? Or bisexuals, for that matter. The point is, Anita's particular lens of feminism was deemed as the authentic statement. Outside of that, nothing counted. Ignoring the voices of women to prop up your own feminism. Interesting take. The difference here is that, unlike a lot of grifters, Anita...
Hi, Anthony. How's it going?
I agree with you. It's just too bad that you're being a hypocrite.
Yeah, dude.
He's just killing his own argument. The only way, this whole video.
Dude. Anthony, this is a joke, by the way, prefacing this. Okay, I'm joking, but I'm gonna level with you here, buddy. Are you like some undercover? Are you a misogynist in disguise? I'm just asking. I'm just asking because for some reason, your freaking analytical skills get like 10 times better. You get a freaking 10 times Kaioken boost when you're talking shit about women.
Kaiser, are you calling him a false flag?
Doesn't
That's
waste
amazing.
her time. She gets right to the point, which means her points hit harder because you're not falling asleep while watching her videos. This also means right-wing grifters can easily understand her points.
No. Oftentimes it means there's gaps in her arguments that leave room for interpretation that people can spin in their own directions and ways, and people poking holes in them make it easier to understand the flaws of what she's thinking.
Yeah.
Like that point of women who
Case in point, you're
video
actually
game
making good points.
That point of like video game characters can't wear makeup and jewelry. Someone pointed out that in the video she's saying that she's wearing makeup and jewelry. And it's like, so where does the line end?
Oh, but she would probably say, well, I'm on camera. It's like, why does that matter?
Yeah. These are characters. These are characters that are made to be marketable to the players.
Like
same energy.
I have an inherently interesting question. And this might get spicy. I don't know where everyone's going to take it. What is inherently wrong about making a sexually attractive female character aimed at a male audience?
Well, nothing. As far as I'm concerned, like the only
when it's a
issue
when it's a singular character being marketed as sexy for a male audience, it's fine. The problem only becomes when it's like the majority of the characters that are out there that are female.
I would say it only becomes a problem if she has no personality. Like you can have a cool, sexy, badass, but if she's just like the thing to win at the end of the day, like Megan Fox in Transformers, you know. I can't remember a single personality trait she had.
Okay. I'm gonna push back.
Personality traits.
I don't remember a personality trait from anyone in the Transformer films.
To be fair, who had personality in those? It's just explosions.
I remember Megan Fox's personality. She was a bit no nonsense. She was a bit of a hard ass, and she didn't take shit from anybody.
Okay,
so like
her sexist confirmed. Critter sexist confirmed? Exclamation point.
The main thing that people criticized with her character being sexy, that was from the perspective of the main male character. That was his male gaze.
Damn, bro. Damn, Critter, stop being sexist.
Well,
Get your
I
name.
was gonna say there are worse things in those movies to criticize than Megan Fox.
Yeah.
Remember the fourth film
True.
where it was like, no, dude, it's Romeo and Juliet laws, and it's like,
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. Oh my god.
it's like, why would you put that? I don't care if he's the butt of the joke.
That entire scene is one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen.
Unintentionally so.
Yes. Oh my
I remember
God.
like I think I was in like high school or something when that movie came out and I was watching it and I got to that scene and I just remember staring at it and going, where are the fucking Transformers?
Concise, and that makes her perfect for rebuttals because she's always saying something. Every few seconds, there's a new piece of content to create. This is opposed to
You mean every few seconds there's an unqualified statement that can be debunked?
average right-wing
Who does
grift
that
video
remind
where
you of?
you can literally cut out 70% of their words and lose nothing.
No, because if you cut out 70% of
No!
their words, they can come back and say, hey, why'd you take me out of context? If you look here, I completely debunk your argument in this 50% that you just cut out.
He's debunked his own argument because he didn't cut up Anita's words out of context. His defense
I was
against what
about
she's
to-
saying was way better. But because he did that with the quote-unquote right-wing grifters, his arguments feel baseless and make no sense.
Critter,
Yeah.
agree with me harder. Agree with me harder. I was about to say the exact same fucking thing. This is
Wavelength.
so bad.
Same
This is so
wavelength.
bad.
Pertaining to the central argument. In fact, a lot of the times, you can cut out 70% of the video, and all you're doing is cutting them out, repeating the same statement.
Like you?
This is not the case.
Dude,
however.
Yeah, like you, dog.
I need to shake this man by the shoulders. I really do.
Dude, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. We have to freaking talk because I am legit. Jokes aside, things we set aside, what the hell are you smoking and can you share it? Okay, let brother in on
Do you
this.
guys think, should I reach out to Anth? Should I try and get him on this pod? I don't think he'd sign up, but do you think...
No, God, no. No.
Okay.
Because unlike
What?
him, if I like viscerally disagree with something, I'm not gonna sit here and whine and bitch about it. I just don't want to engage with it.
Okay.
I mean, which is fair, but here's the thing, guys. I have my own live stream. So Anthony, if you ever want to talk one-on-one on my show with blackjacks and hookers, feel free to.
No, you can't say that. That's not feminist.
I can say it. His own show with blackjack and hookers.
Sorry, blackjacks and sex workers. There you go.
No. The hookers was fine. It's the blackjack that took issue with.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, not a hooker isn't just female. There are male hookers.
I was gonna say, like, Anth, if you actually reach out to us and actually want to discuss this, man, I think even against Critter's objections, I think I'd be interested to have you on. I mean, especially if you reached out in really good faith. Like, I'm all for that. But I guess it's got to be on you. I'm not gonna reach out to you. I'm just gonna leave that open door if anyone wants to send it to his way.
Yeah.
Orchard, who has never heard of a central thesis she can stick to, and always goes off on long, rambling video essays where she completely misrepresents the target of her criticism and delivers several personalized insults for people she deems lesser than her.
Yes.
Okay, I'm torn between whether or
This
not
is true.
I want you to marry Lily Orchard or if I want you to be locked in a room and kill each other.
I mean,
Because-
seeing as how she's
because I
already
fear-
married, that would be difficult.
I fear the devil's
Yeah.
spawn that will come from a union between the two of you because you're just like it's like squaring two. It's
Well,
like
no.
squaring a number.
Well, no, it's like kiss, marry, kill. So Lily has already married Michaela, so now she has to figure out whether she wants to kiss Ant or kill Ant.
Yep. But the question is, who's the third choice? Di?
Yeah. Yeah.
Becky's not very smart, tried to do one thing, smashed her face into a wall, whatever, I get it. Because nobody who watches Utena as an adult sees a revolutionary step forward in gay rep and anime. What they see is a fucking mess. There's no way.
Fucking
No.
And you pronounce
bitch,
it wrong.
what the
It's
fuck?
Utena. Utena.
Utena, Jesus.
Yeah.
Also, from what I know, Utena has always been like the quintessential girl love anime. And And it was like a love letter to the original girl love manga that came out in like the 60s. It was directly inspired off of that manga.
Now, granted, I watched a little bit, a tiny bit of like freaking Psy's stream going over Lily's takes on Utena. And it seems like even certain aspects of whether or not it is gay rep or not is debatable. But fact of the matter is, the fact that so many people still look at it in that way and use that as inspiration for gay rep in the future up to current day, I mean, that already just debunks Lily's argument right there. The fact that Steven Universe even exists debunks her argument.
Yeah. Like to be fair, the manga that I'm talking about, there was like a love triangle between the female main character who was cross-dressing as a man and a female love interest and a male love interest. And she does, I think from what I read, get with the male love interest in the end, because I think that the female love interest was like not mature enough or something. I can't quite remember what it was about her, but it did eventually like pivot hard, but the inspiration for Utena still came from the early moments of that original manga from the 60s.
Do you have any idea how many gender bent fanfics exist to get lesbians? Because they do. A lot of them do.
Yeah.
Faced into a
I'm
wall.
not surprised.
Whatever, I get it. Because nobody who watches Utena as an adult sees a revolutionary step forward in gay rep in anime. What they see is a fucking mess. There's no way around it. This makes him come off like a fucking asshole.
Yeah, well, that's just like,
Okay, so he is the one who's
A
been
lot of you are
putting these
probably
clips.
wanting me to go into the personal accusations against Lily, but if we looked into the accusations made about half the grifters we've discussed so far, we'd be here all day.
Oh, ooh, that's an interesting.
Also,
okay. Whoa. Okay. All right.
That's
so,
the controversy. I keep bringing up this controversy with her. Well, this is it.
No, he's covering now because now he's talking about the Rekita shit.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, Rekita is not really a media analyst. Rekita is a law commentary channel. Like, he's one of the biggest law commentaries, and admittedly, if what the reports say on his arrest are true, I am absolutely abhorred, and I really hope he gets the help he needs to get clean.
I have no idea what I keep
I mean,
this guy's name, but I don't know what the issue is.
There was video footage of him like nearly passing out on stream because of alcohol.
Oh, he did pass
there was
out.
also he did pass out. There were so many, but there was also another clip where they thought that there was a woman under the table.
desk giving him a good time.
Yeah.
But like there's a lot of things that went on. It's like, it's not hard to believe what's in the. That's what I'm saying. It's not hard to believe.
Yeah.
I'm just covering my bases.
Jesus
if
Christ.
it's true, which I believe it is, from what I understand. I legitimately think that he needs the help, and his kids should be given to their grandparents for safety's reasons, for a lot of that while he gets clean. There's a lot of that stuff. But you are now lumping in, you're saying, half the people we covered. You are now lumping in every single person you covered. There's a 50-50 chance whether or not you consider them a domestic violence or a criminal offender of some kind. That is not my motherfucking kosher, all right? You can call people liars, but actually accusing them of having committed crimes, that is like, you need fucking proof. You cannot do that. Also, you haven't mentioned Rekita until now.
Yeah, this comes completely out of nowhere. What was it? I think he's accusing this of the right-wing people, right? And he says half as if it's an even split. Nice try, buddy. Better luck next time. Eric July, I have not heard of any allegations towards him as far as I know. What crimes has Literature Devil fucking committed? What crimes has Critical Drinker committed?
Yeah,
and Shadversity wrote some questionable stuff that is worth analyzing and maybe putting him on the list for, but he hasn't committed any crimes.
Not to our knowledge. Yeah,
are we still gonna make a collab video going over his book?
Oh, once we
Raymond?
read it, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Now, Lily Orchard is unique. She writes her scripts in stream of consciousness, which is just when you write your thoughts as they come to you. It's
okay. One, we know
Not
what that
like
is.
you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, congratulations.
Yeah.
I legitimately think this is just the male Lily Orchard.
a rant,
Yeah.
essentially, where she just says whatever comes to her mind, and there's no editing involved. There's no secondary thought. There's no point where she goes, okay, hang on, stop, let me edit that out so it makes more sense, or structure this so I'm proving my thesis or tying back to my core ideas. It's just
That's
stream of
very.
consciousness.
I don't think that's actually how Lily makes her videos. Like that's very
No.
presumptive
That's
of you.
very much how you make it, Ant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Lily takes time and effort. I don't think she's just going in blind, speaking randomly.
knows that's wrong.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Because like,
wait,
I
oh,
actually,
what facts you got
from what
for
I've
us?
seen of Lily Orchard, it seems like she has things like actually composed and edited. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's edited almost to a
oh my
fault.
god, is
Yeah.
this him trying to softball her being a malicious liar?
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I'm going to give him a tiny bit of a thing of a slip here because he has criticized her on his channel before and he's criticizing her currently. So it's like, yeah, okay.
She's admitted this. This is not like a fake. I'm not lying about her. That's what she says. She sustains herself on pure frustration with media, adhering that all media must conform to her very specific, very rigid perspectives.
She does think them
This
out
I
and
know.
edit them. That's how she does a lot of misrepresentations. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I will agree. It's very frustrating. I mentioned in my video that what she does is called a gish gallop because she says a lot of things in rapid succession so much that it's hard to parse out what she actually says.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the whole point of me and Pete's most recent collab going over Lily's Mary Sue takes is that Lily is it's very highly likely that Lily intentionally omits information in her videos. Like she made a video years and years ago about the Mary Sue concept where she actually gave a decent definition that cosigns what a lot of people believe about the Mary Sue, at least in the good faith version, right? But in her current takes, it's like she literally says in her comment section, I've never heard of a non-sexist definition of a Mary Sue. So she's fucking lying. She is intentionally lying. This is a video that she deleted, by the way, which adds credence to that.
Go check out Periodic Pete's channel in the video.
100%. That it was fantastic.
Perspectives. I couldn't tell you. I don't know them specifically because it feels like she contradicts them every other video. What she says in one video does not apply to another. It's whatever she likes, and her criticisms aren't always grounded in the media itself. In fact, often they are completely divorced from the media, where she confuses fan canon and her head canon with what's written in the text.
Yeah.
I watched the Pokemon
and then
review.
she bitches about canon.
Half of that is all her own fan canon.
She bitches about fandom, and she acts as though fandom is a monolith, and she says that fandom thinks this or that, and that she hates what fandom thinks, and then fandom is big, dumb, stupid, and then she acts like she's the only person in existence with a different opinion than fandom.
She has a bigger hate boner for the concept of fandom than Lilith Farron for fixing Ruby. Unironic.
Yes.
Ron the comment says, I'd give this to him if he wasn't tossing stones in a glass house.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, exactly.
we're not denying that he isn't being hypocritical here.
It's frustrating because he's right here, and we know he's right because we've engaged with Lily Orchard's content before, and we know that he is. But he's not showing evidence of it.
I was gonna say, here's the thing: like I've only seen a little bit of Lily Orchard, and from what Twilight has told me, so I'm taking it on faith that he's correct. But you're right. From the perspective of anyone who's watching this video, he's not presented anything that tells us any of this.
Exactly.
Periodic Pete says, thanks for the plug, guys.
Yeah, if I
You
was
didn't have
just
to do that, but
blindly...
you did.
Oh,
Here's
God.
another 5 for your trouble. Oh, thanks, man.
Oh, there's
thanks
a
lot,
new
Pete,
Deader
and congrats!
New Deader art?
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Also,
new Deader X art.
congratulations. Congratulations for Periodic Pete for finally hitting his first 1K subs.
Yay!
It's a long time coming, dude. You deserve it, man. You have made so much great shit. And it's about, I am so glad he finally gets it, because I am so tired of the fact that I keep getting more views and subs than him, despite the fact that he makes really great videos.
I kind of want to like go in on like, oh, he makes even better videos than you do, and just like leave that hang. I wasn't.
I mean, I'll leave that up to you guys.
I'm in arguments.
It's fine,
just
Mama.
fighting
I
against.
didn't mean you were.
Whatever she personally likes is elevated. Whatever she does not like is demonized. It's either the greatest thing of all time or the worst thing of all time. No nuance,
Show
just
an
extremes.
example.
Also, that's how most people handle things they really like and really hate.
Yes.
Even if she has to make stuff up about the work she's criticizing to prove that point.
But if you were a gay 13-year-old back in the 90s, this show and bootleg copies of Sailor Moon were all you had. And so you'd come.
Sai's video goes into more detail about why Lily is so wrong here. Lily Orchard doesn't understand Revolutionary Girl.
How do you do your friggin' job and show the bare minimum of these details as to why she's wrong?
Yeah.
Those things and never really think critically about. Hell, most of the topics people claim it covers aren't actually in the show. It's in Adolescence of Utena, basically a movie rewrite that came out later.
The worst of this is with Steven Universe.
Okay.
Text! Stop showing them.
Most of the
You
topics
can't have it
people
on
claim
screen
it
that
covers aren't actually in the show. It's in Adolescence.
Lily Adolescence
the same
of Utena is the same story as the show. You know what? I wish Floof were here. He actually knows Utena inside and out.
Any Utena fans in the chat can verify this, please.
Of Utena, basically a movie rewrite that came out later.
And all the theaters of the movie are continuations of where the show left off. All the themes of the movie are continuations of where the show. Wait,
yeah,
what?
and also this
Okay.
isn't and apparently it's not a rewrite. It's like a
recap.
It's like a cycle thing. Sorry, it was in the prior line. It quickly went by.
It's not a rewrite, it's a deep dive.
Yeah.
Later.
The worst of this is with Steven Universe, a series she brings up multiple times in about 80% of her videos. This animated series broke ground for queer rep in media, and yet the way Orchard discusses it, you'd think Rebecca Sugar personally came to her home and melted her My Little Pony pony collection with a soldering
You're right.
Also,
You're right.
Though I'm just saying, there's not any evidence that Rebecca Sugar didn't come to Lily's house and melt her My Little Pony collection. I'm just saying. There's no evidence to the contrary.
I mean, that would explain a lot.
And even if there were, Anthony wouldn't show it.
Like she brings up Steven Universe in the video that I'm reacting to, even though that the majority of what she's bitching about is Magneto from X-Men and then Amon from The Legend of Korra, of all people.
Well, yeah. For whatever reason.
Like it's the three TV shows that she always gets to bitch about. She-Ra, Steven Universe, Legend of Korra. Those are the three horsemen of the apocalypse for Lily Orchard.
All it needed was a writer who knew what the fuck they were doing. Sorry, did I say knew what the fuck they were doing? I meant decided to actually put in some work that day. This is why Steven Universe thought nothing about taking a story regarding dysfunctional family dynamics and just throwing Nazis on top of it. Steven Universe likes to pretend it's weaving this intricate plot web, but like most stories, they're making it up as they go along. But presumably Rose had a secret identity was scribbled on a post-it note somewhere, and this is the only place where it feels like they thought about that.
Many of her specific arguments have been rebutted by more patient critics. All of Lily's arguments are extreme.
What do you mean by more patient?
Well, because like
they actually
takes
go
so...
into the context.
Yeah, they actually go into the context. I think Ant is saying that he doesn't have the patience to deal with like breaking down one of Lily Orchard's
but he also
BS
says
videos.
people breaking down the videos are wrong. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
It's annoying. Why do? Because he's showing all. This is a lot like how he was editing the quote unquote right wing grifters section. He's showing all these clips, but he's not explaining how Lily's wrong. And if you didn't know anything about Steven Universe, you would be completely in the dark. You'd have no idea what Ant is trying to refer to, or how Lily is wrong in this scenario.
Guys. Are we defending Lily Orchard right now?
Yes, we're defending Lily Orchard right now.
Okay, I just want to be sure. I just want to be sure.
This is a defending her on principle, not on any merit of her own.
No,
Fair enough.
I'm doing a double murder.
Yeah.
Double homicide. You know what? I'm actually okay
we're
with that.
throwing the bomb at him.
Yeah, double homicide, whatever.
Rey
Like
Palpatine.
I don't like either of these content creators. I will go after both of them in equal measures. I will.
Great Bar says this. Why aren't you saying the reason why she's wrong? Don't link better videos. Why are you making me think you misjudging Lily? Also, watching Psy video, Anthony is right. My anger will be endless for Anthony.
I love Psy.
Yeah, Psy is great. I'm in her server. I met her technically. Chatted with her anyway. She's a great creator.
I can't get into her Discord because her link is broken.
Aw.
I'll ask her about that. I'll see if I'll ask her.
I sent a message in the community and I don't think she answered me back.
And rarely rooted in any tangible evidence in the source material. Lily's criticisms are often completely divorced from what she's criticizing. She sometimes has to make things up herself. Lily doesn't even bother. She knows her word is enough to convince her audience if she says it confidently enough, regardless of how many of her ideas break down after a few seconds of thought.
Magneto's new-ish
And
backstory
just slowly-
is pretty bog standard.
He's using the video that I'm working on.
I recognize that border.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also, Anthony.
It's your favorite, Twilight. It's your favorite.
Hot meat kettle.
Sympathetic villain fodder. Namely, heroes plead to the moral sensibilities of an oppressor, and trying to end systemic discrimination by force is a bad, naughty thing for meanie poos. It works if it's done well.
But I'll pay Lily this compliment, just this one.
Really?
She's not boring. Her energy levels and
Debatable.
enthusiasm for the media in question, even if it's all nonsense, put her in a different league of grifter, one that draws energized reactions from critics like myself and her fans.
Okay, but
Most
hang on. You said earlier that like part of the reason why the grifters were so successful was because they lied and they did a whole bunch of gobbledygook and stuff in order to make you interested in their videos to watch without critical thinking, and then you're praising Lily for doing the exact same thing?
Oh my god,
bro,
Leon.
Where was your one compliment for literary devil?
Literature devil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literature
Where was your
devil.
compliment for him? Mhm.
Yeah, where was the compliment for Critical Drinker?
Also, speaking of Critical Drinker, he has a shit ton of freaking critics. Literally, this comparatively small YouTuber named Jose literally made a whole big ass expose about Critical Drinker, which I still haven't watched yet. Still need to see. That a lot of people are co-signing. It got so big that other YouTubers started talking shit about him in their videos and lied about him, like Hello Future Me. What are you talking about?
Leon Critique says that's what happened on EFAP. They had no context for Lily or Steven Universe and ended up defending Lily as a result.
Oh my god, that has to be painful. That had to be fucking
Well, no, like we said,
dog.
like the fact of the matter is he's doing a shit job of presenting how awful Lily is. Even though we have people here that have seen Lily and can corroborate, he's not doing any legwork to actually support his statement. And as a result of it, it's like anyone that's coming in here blind that is like aware now of how deceitful he's been. It's like, well, how do we know? How can we trust you?
And remember what he said? He said like people don't want to sit through you talking about a bunch of themes. Well, explain the themes of Steven Universe. Prove people are better than the little credit you give them. It seems to me if people are watchers of those right-wing grifter videos, then they're stupid. That's what he's implying. That they're stupid, they don't know any better, they're easy to trick, and they don't want to sit through boring exposition and themes. But if there's someone going with something that he kind of agrees with, then they do have the mental capacity to sit there and listen to the important stuff.
Which is the most fucking condescending, pretentious, horrendous fucking thing you absolutely would ever say in your video. You, Anthony, as much as I am leaving the floor to you, I'm telling you right now because a part of me wants to believe that you're much more reasonable about this than whatever mind state that you were in when you were making this thing. You are being no better than what Lily is doing. You probably do not realize that you're doing it, but you are, because you are needlessly insulting the audience, the people who helped put you in this position in the first fucking place.
Mm-hmm.
Great Bar says
that is unfair.
Great Bar says, remember last video where I said he doesn't give good examples later? This is what happened. Give so little context, people might defend
God
him.
damn.
Yep.
Dog.
Yep.
They blur together. I can show you. I've shown you clips from multiple grifters. Could you tell them apart if you didn't know the context?
Yes.
Tell you who's who.
Yes.
Probably not.
Yes, actually.
But Lily, when you see her and you hear her voice, you know exactly who she is, where she's coming from, and what her perspectives are.
That's hilarious because we literally proved that wasn't true because we saw Lily's pony Sona and half of us didn't even recognize that it was Lily.
Yep.
Also,
And
like,
number two, I recognize a bunch of the other YouTubers.
Critical Drinker has a whole shtick where he's fucking drunk half the time. Like,
yes,
that's the joke of the Critical Drinker. He's a drunk man going to the movie theater. That's the whole idea of it. Literature Devil has the clean, very concise, even tone of voice, and very bold, colored text on white background that very much spell things out in a clear, concise way. Like, these are very distinct people.
And just some guy sounds, somewhat monotone while also sounding really gruff because, that makes sense. He's from Georgia and he's an older guy. He's just giving it to you straight.
Meanwhile, Ant has used 4 different fonts and font choices in this video to the point where we're continually asking if it's his text on screen or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Minimum 4.
After EFAP did their stream on Anthony's video, Anthony slandered EFAP, including accusing
I
Rags
know
of
all
something
about
I
that
cannot
rival.
repeat in the chat, and also saying EFAP targets left-wing vids. All right.
Which is categorically untrue, by the way.
I was going to say, what was he accused Rags of?
I think he accused. Wait a second. I think he accused Rags of. I know. I'm trying to even remember what he accused Rags of. I think he accused.
Oh no, he's roboting.
Remembering was too powerful for his CPU.
Am I back? Am I good? Am I good, chat?
Yes.
Okay.
Try again.
So I think he accused Rags, and correct me if I'm wrong here. I think he accused him of being friends with somebody that does interesting things with children.
Okay.
I think that's what he was accusing him of. Granted, there are a bunch of allegations towards Rags.
That is,
but
there's always allegations towards Rags because he's. What?
Like, I just can't care. Like, unless if there's, like, actual evidence that not only does Rags know about it, but doesn't care, that, like, who cares? Like, that's just allegations
But there's
so
also,
far.
There's also EFAP targeting left-wing vids. Maybe it's because a lot of left-wing vids are like yours and are terrible. Like, here's the thing, right-wing, you're not necessarily wrong. There are right-wing bad media critics, and oftentimes they go into racist, sexist, homophobic territory.
Like the remarkable Republican.
The problem is they're almost they're typically very transparent on that fact. Meanwhile, left-wing criticism values itself as some sort of highfalutin, like high scholarly dissertation, and values itself as like they're giving some deep insight to the world of filmmaking, and they target that because it's actually a little bit deeper and a little bit harder to tackle. It's an actual challenge.
It's like I said in the last stream, these people jerk themselves raw over being morally and ethically and culturally much more informed and superior, which means they put a bunch of cloak, smoke, and mirrors on their arguments that you actually have to debunk thoroughly.
Yes.
And even when there are other left-leaning people criticizing other left-leaning people and saying, hey, you have really shitty takes, they get accused of being right-wing. So there is no winning in this front.
Yeah, and then also they have covered right-wing creators too. And some of those have been, like Synthetic Man, some of which become hilarious because the people are so down the culture war zeitgeist that they just have lost all sight of the forest for the trees. It's amazing.
Yep.
So yeah,
crazy.
It's very, very annoying. And the fact that that Anthony immediately called it along the conservative left-leaning vibe along those lines, it tells me a lot about how Anthony views these things.
If they're nonsense, because she is so distinct as a voice, you can't help but.
So is
notice
Critical Drinker. What
and I
the
think
fuck?
that's why she's had so much success as a bad media critic as opposed to other bad media critics. Look at her amount of followers. Compare that to, say, Eric
Hold
July.
on. Please hit pause for a second. What? If your voice and how pleasant your voice played a role in how popular your media analysis or videos could be, then Ant's own videos wouldn't have more than 3 views.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's why she's had some success as a bad media critic as opposed to other bad media critics. Look at her amount of followers.
She has 141,000.
Compare that to, say,
Young Rippa, who has 506,000.
Eric July. Look at July's most popular video on his channel.
3.1 million.
Now compare that to Lily's most popular video.
Okay.
Yeah. Now look at the
What?
divide in run times.
Okay.
Think of how many hours people have spent watching Lily Orchard. There is a titanic gap between Orchard's success and theirs.
Views does not denote runtime. People can click on a video, watch it for 2 minutes, and then click off.
Mm-hmm.
Are you really successful when you're a fucking lol cow? What?
You want to know what the video of mine has the most views? It has over 1 million views. The only one I have that has over 1 million views. It's one of my shorts. One of my YouTube shorts. not the 3-hour long dissection of Ruby. The less than a minute short talking about the outfits from Ever After High.
Now look at your men, and back to me. Then back at your men. Now back to me. I'm flipping you off, Ant. Thank you, Manga Common.
In this regard, because even among bad media critics, there is a tier list, and most right-wing grifters are in the shadow of Lily Orchard, and that's actually deeply upsetting.
What do you mean in the shadow of Lily Orchard? Other than people who are ranting and raving about her, barely anyone knows who she is.
Who is
What
that other
success
guy?
are you talking about?
Critical Drinker.
Eric July.
Critical Drinker.
No.
2.05 million subscribers. I am sorry that he has.
Yeah.
What was that math calculation out to 200 times the following? Something crazy like that?
Yeah.
Not to mention, Eric July is writing comics. He has his own comic book company. And has
Also-
actually garnered a lot of influence because of that. So, I'm sorry, dude. What the hell are you talking about?
Also, Lily's most popular video was done 5 years ago. Eric July's most popular video was 14 years ago. I think maybe the standards of what pops off on YouTube might have changed in that time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually-
Lily, and also Lily has been on the internet and YouTube for over 10 years.
Why am I pointing this out? So, why does any of this matter? Who cares, right?
Good question.
Why do bad movie criticisms make the landscape of media criticism a worse place? Well, simply put, it allows people to stop thinking critically. A trend I notice online is that people will echo what their favorite personalities say. And if you watch, say, Lily Orchard, you'll probably agree that Steven Universe is pro-fascist. If you watch Ethan Van Sciver, you might argue that Marvel Comics is secretly controlled by a lesbian Illuminati.
depends. That depends. It depends on a lot of things. It depends on your experience with the medium that they're talking about. It depends on how much you understand, well, how much media literacy that you yourself have. It depends on whether or not you even like that creator.
I think he has it backwards. He's saying people will parrot their favorite celebrity or whatever, their favorite spokesperson in this regard. when it's actually the other way. They're their favorite spokesperson because they already share the same ideas that you have as a viewer.
Correct.
They're not just dumb parrots just going like, oh, this celebrity said something, I'll just say what they say.
Yeah, all of this bull crap that he has been spewing about, oh, these creators, they go into your mind and they manipulate you into thinking that that Brie Larson is the worst thing to happen to Marvel. No, that doesn't happen. But like, it's literally the same thing that occurred when I was debating this guy on Twitter about that one dude who made that shit comic about Ruby and Yang being sisters and shit.
Oh,
it's
right.
like, no, it's not about us targeting and I didn't send this to r/Ruby Reddit and a bunch of people started criticizing that tweet. The tweet was bad, and people with a brain in their head saw this tweet in a public platform and called it bad. It's the same fucking thing. People are already upset with the media that they are watching and looking at, and they're going to look towards videos that share in their view because that is what they genuinely believe.
And the only view I can see anyone sharing with you, Ant, is that no one is as smart as themselves. That is because holy shit, Ant, you are insulting everyone by this take. Fucking hell, you have no faith in the common person to have a fucking working brain. It disgusts me, this worldview of yours. Have some faith in your audience, because eventually one of them is going to wake up and there might be a cascade effect and you lose whatever goodwill you have built up. I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Seriously, like I have no idea how to comprehend any of this. Like, you cannot genuinely see things this way. You can't see the people who follow you or follow other people this way, even if you think those other people are wrong. It's like you're not treating them like people.
But the problem is this. By doing that, you're actually not engaging with the media anymore. You're just echoing what someone else told you to say. And you're not coming up with your own answers. And if those as opposed to as opposed to watching the piece of media and then not talking about it with anyone ever again.
There are only so many ways. There are only so many ways to view a piece of media, and sometimes your view of the media is going to line up with other people. What then, Ant? How do you tell the difference between those who just happen to have their views line up with another person's, like a YouTuber's, and those who get their opinions from the YouTuber, unless if you actually like talk to them as like in a friendship setting, for instance.
Talking to right wingers? Where are you, freaking
my
Nazi?
target here is that he's like, oh, you stop interacting with the medium, which is the exact opposite of what's actually happening in that circumstance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Typically, you watch the medium, and if we all followed Ant's thing, we would just shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Meanwhile,
Like, fact of the matter is,
in reality, like we go on, we look for things that agree with our opinions, we try and find them, and typically from there, or maybe disagree with our opinions, we try to find, oh, I wanted this to be good, so I'm going to look at a review of it to see if someone else can explain why I'm not feeling so good about it, and maybe someone does. I thought that about The Last Jedi. I liked The Last Jedi. Then I watched Mahler's video, and because I had always had this thing in the back of my head where I'm like, there's something wrong here. I don't know what. And Mahler put all the dots in place in his rant. And I'm like, oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's awful.
And then that's not even accounting for cases where after you got your mind opened because of the perspective that you have found, you then there's a possibility that you would then take another look at that same thing that was criticized in that review and not only come to the same conclusions, but actually find other flaws that they missed. Because that's exactly what happened with me with Ruby. I watched Fat Man's review. I wasn't really a big fan of it beforehand. I watched his review of Volume 1 and it was all like, okay, it can't be that bad. And then I watched the damn thing myself.
Also, his thing of it stops being about the media. That is such a hollow statement because he hasn't said anything substantial about Utna or Steven Universe. He just had clips on screen and then said, "Oh, watch other people's videos about that because they do. They already did the work that I don't want to do right now." So it's not about the media with him. He just wanted to.
Again, it's a power play. All of this is a power play.
I think that would be fine to say, like, I haven't watched these things, but seeing other people talk about these and open my eyes to the fact about how dishonest these criticisms are, like, I think that would be fine. However, he was kind of shooting himself in the foot with all of the arguments that he was making earlier on in his video.
Yeah, not to mention, Lily talks about a shit ton of media. I'm sorry, man. If you can't find the freaking example of her talking about something that you care about, that you can actively debunk her on in this video, that is a skill issue. That is the definition.
I don't think he dug very deep. He just found some quick examples and ran off with
I don't think
48 goddamn minutes, and yet he couldn't go into, like, deeper detail. He had to pick 100 loosely related topics to kind of meander about, rather than actually picking 2 to, like, really go into a deep dive with.
We're almost at the end of this video. Let's try and struggle through the last 3 minutes.
The answers you're echoing are based off faulty logic. That means you're not even engaging with anything anymore beyond their perspective. You're helping create an alternate reality where art and a fake version of said art exist in tandem.
No.
And if you don't believe it, consider the Mandela Effect. There's a trend among audiences to
What?
create fake
That's not what the Mandela Effect is.
Okay, you know what? Let's see where he's going, but we are all baffled by this, because we all know what this is, and this is not it.
For example, Darth Vader never says, "Luke, I am your father." He says, "No, I am your father." A small detail, right? What about that scene in 2001, The Space Odyssey, where they say, "My God, it's full of stars"? Everyone quotes this scene, but it never happens in the film. This is what they call the Mandela Effect. It's when you remember something happening that didn't actually happen. Bad movie criticism and bad media.
Are you trying to accuse YouTubers of doing these things?
Misremembering?
Is he trying to imply that all bad faith criticism is just criticism he doesn't agree with, is just every single YouTuber fundamentally misremembers everything they talk about?
Well, let's let him finish.
Criticism
Why
is
not?
speeding up the Mandela Effect to an absurd level. If you see a bad movie critic misinterpret something online enough times, and those bad critics echo each other, knowing that it's successful in the algorithm, you'll think art did something that didn't actually happen. You believe their lie, and never return to the media in question to double check. And then you'll echo those wrong beliefs, and more people will believe you. And ultimately,
Okay, that's kind of fair.
I wouldn't call that the Mandela Effect, though.
Yeah,
It's not the Mandela Effect.
That's basic misleading, but also you're ignoring that several of the people that you've covered today have provided visual example. They've actually demonstrated their points actively, and it is then on you to disprove them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and like
Not
you can,
just
if you can
because-
prove that they missed something or misled, like you did with a little bit with I'm losing all Literature Devil.
Literature Devil.
Then good on you, but you haven't
not what
really
happened.
done that, and you've only done it
I
for
wish-
very small details, all things considered.
Dude, I wish I could freaking mind control myself into thinking we watched a better video than we did, but we didn't. I can't do that. I don't have that power.
We're not
I'm
there
sorry.
yet. 2 minutes left. We can get through this.
We can do it.
From the art that you supposedly love. And that kind of fucking sucks,
Well, that's
doesn't
a
it?
presumption. What if I
This
don't
is
love the art?
made all the worse because often bad movie criticism paints a target on real people. Spreading
Whoa,
lies about
what?
a movie is one thing. Slandering a person, a real person, and blaming them for perceived faults that don't actually exist or
you
are highly
piece of
exaggerated.
shit.
I'm
Isn't that
sorry.
what you're
I'm
doing?
sorry,
Piece of
motherfucker.
shit.
You
What?
just did this entire video, but you also just claimed that half the people you covered, that was your words, were fucking guilty of committing criminal offenses. I'm sorry. That is actually that is defamatory language, and you could get sued.
Also,
And
what is
you
this?
called everybody who did not think that Peter Parker being gay is a good idea homophobic. That's
Yeah.
not a personal attack, really? Being called an istophobe isn't a personal attack,
To be fair,
apparently?
he did it to
What
a
the
general
fuck?
group. People like just some guy or homophobes. That's how he worded it. So it was a group of
Oh, of course.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, Anthony.
Well, that just solves everything.
I have soured on you so much faster in the end of this video. You have
Ugh,
really...
yeah.
Christ.
Jesus Christ.
That's far worse. I ultimately don't
Yeah, it
care
is.
if you like or dislike The Last Jedi. I won't lose sleep over it. But you know who will lose sleep over
Clearly
your
you
harassment
have.
campaigns? The actors involved with the film. The crew
Oh
who
my
have been targeted for harassment.
fucking
Are you
God.
putting? Are
That's
you
screwed up.
putting? Are you?
You
No,
can't say
no,
anything
dude,
bad about a
shut up.
movie because the actors might feel bad about it. You can't say
Are
anything
you
mean
serious?
ever.
You
The
wanna know
actors
something?
will feel bad.
You want to know something?
They're
I have people
But
that...
the actors are adults. They can get the fuck over it. It's different from when people were harassing the literal child from the prequel series. That's a different story.
Yeah,
However-
the actors, the adult actors got their paychecks. And also, I can tell you this, I actually have behind the scene people, I have people that have discussed things with people who are on Crewbie. There are several members in the animation crew in Crewbie that actively acknowledge some of the terrible writing choices that were made, and they said that they were terrible writing choices even as production was going. But they didn't have the
Wow.
power in the writing. And so you know what? They just had to live with it because their job was animation. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's there are plenty of people that work on films that know the films are going to be shit.
Yeah, and also I'm
That
fucking
is
sorry.
why-
What right do you have to accuse a bunch of ostensibly dickheads screaming into a microphone on the fucking internet for actual real world tangible harm being done to real freaking people? Are you serious? People, anyone, I am going to tell you this. Anyone, I said this in my freaking free run video. Anyone who is willing to do something that terrible because of media that they watch or consume, we're always going to do that. Something went wrong, your brain isn't working, your dad didn't love you enough, or you were dropped as a kid. Sorry, not freaking sorry. That is not anyone's fault unless they actively endorsed it.
Also, people know that there is a difference that crew members are not the people who make the decisions. That is why when like the Emoji Movie came out, people were saying don't harass the animators. People were supporting the animators, saying poor animators, they had to work on this garbage film and all that kind of stuff. Like, people understand and recognize that there are a lot of people who don't have a say on the things that they work on. And for you to act as though nobody understands that is just blatantly false and makes it seem like everyone who isn't you is just an idiot and doesn't know what they're talking about.
Man. Especially when bad movie criticism is combined with conspiracy theory paranoia, where you blame Daisy Ridley or Kelly Marie Tran for some greater evil in the film industry.
I can call them
Or
bad
blaming
actors.
Critical
You target them,
Drinker
you
for
harass them.
harassment.
That's just cruel, man. The danger with bad media criticism is that eventually it bleeds into real-life conspiracy theories, which can hurt actual people.
No,
it's
that
all
is
part of
not-
the greater pipeline.
No.
that
It's
exists
the
on internet.
reverse,
The paranoia,
asshole.
the clicking on videos that you
We just
agree
get through
with,
it.
and getting
We're
more
almost
extreme
there.
stuff, and more extreme stuff, and more extreme stuff, until you're no longer living in real
Oh my
life.
god.
You're living in
It's the media criticism to Nazi pipeline. Ah!
I was gonna say,
Dude, we have gotten there. We
yeah, you know,
finally did
Anthony,
it.
it's great because there are people that have to be broken down, you know, the pipelines between watching a YouTube video and then the suggestions and recommendeds and how often people click on them. And, you know, they categorize them by political bias. And it's very interesting that most, even right-wing videos, ended up leading to about 75% of the time a left-wing video instead. So the pipeline you're describing goes to the left wing. So are you saying that it leads to left wing extremism instead? That's a very interesting take. That's a very bold stance, Anthony. I'm surprised you took it. I have to applaud you. I didn't expect that at the end of this video to just hard turn on your own political position. Great job. You caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
By the way, I did that without a fucking script in front of me. I didn't need a second take.
Divorced existence outside of the real world that everyone else lives in. You create a less safe place for your peers.
It's a lot of presumption.
There's a cure.
Dude, this
there's a cure.
sophistry
There's a cure,
is
guys.
obnoxious.
You want to hear the cure? Me. You want to hear the cure? I'll tell you. What's
No, go away. Get out of my
Watch
face.
the
Backing
movies
up.
you're complaining about, and come up with your own ideas.
We do.
Watch the
You
fucking
do.
videos you're criticizing,
And start thinking for
dickhead.
yourself for once.
Oh my
What?
god!
Everyone
How about you get your head out of your crusty
Oh.
ass, for the fuck's sake?
Oh my
Everyone
god!
who agrees with a right-wing grifter or any take that I don't personally agree with, they just didn't watch the movie. That's why they didn't like
I've never seen
it.
a more dishonest video in my fucking life.
You god damn it, Anthony. I came into this video knowing nothing about you with the best of presumptions. I thought you were going to have a potentially reasonable position that maybe just got kind of mixed up in the shuffle. No, nothing of what you said was reasonable. The only wins you ever scored were when some of the most brain-dead easy takes to get right. Like, I'm sorry.
And the worst thing
No wonder he finds them enjoyable. They're the only ones he can target effectively.
And he could have made every single point he made, he could have done a much better job at explaining his points, explaining himself. If he just trimmed some of the fat, because there was a lot of pointless fluff and filler in his video. If he explained clips that he was using rather than just having them out of context. Every single point he made, it frustrated me because there's fucking points in here that I do agree with, but I don't want to admit that I agree with them because his overall video was so poorly done.
And he's a pretentious asshole.
Oh, God. Izanagi says, is this guy comparing bad media grifters to people who promote replacement theory and the like? The fuck, I want to punt this guy.
I don't blame you. I don't condone any violence towards this dude. Don't harass him.
Correct.
Don't go into his comments unless you're actively criticizing him.
Do not
But I
bother
understand the energy here because he is not making a good case for himself.
Also, he changed his background halfway through. I just realized that.
Yeah, he did. He changed his background 3 or 4 times. All throughout.
Did you make this in chunks?
I feel like he rushed it. I feel like he really rushed this whole video.
I think he did, yeah.
But I'm still I'm baffling over.
Andrew Wool says, watch Ant call you guys a bunch of right-wing grifters if he finds out about this coverage. I am going to school to train to be a social worker, asshole. Fucking try me.
I invite him to have a conversation about this, even though I find his take on this absolutely repugnant, because it has no faith in the general person to have an original opinion of their own. Typically, people go to these videos because they've seen the film.
Yeah. Or even if you're someone who has not seen the film, sometimes a lot of people go into a review because they're curious about whether or not they even want to watch the film. And then a lot of the times, people watch the films because of the reviews. Either direction. Either good reviews or bad reviews.
Also, you know what? All those negative people, those bad faith people. You know what they did to make their reviews? They had to watch the fucking movie.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Even Lily Orchard watches the things that she bitches about. She just is terrible
Unfortunately,
at getting any of it right.
She watches them with her phone in her hand, but she still watches them.
Yeah. She vaguely watches them and consumes them. The problem isn't that, people who are dishonest don't watch the freaking media that they consume. It's just that they come to the right conclusions because they probably have some kind of bias, or they misread something, or they're basing too many things off of their own personal experiences. There are a multitude of reasons why people can come to a different conclusion than what you do about certain fucking media. It is not that deep, dog.
Doodly Ding Dong TikTok says, that was a headache. Take my money, ease your minds. Thank you, Doodly
Thank
Ding
you.
Dong.
You know what?
TikTok.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it, buddy. You guys are what made this whole entire thing fucking worth it.
You guys
maybe
giving the hot
makes
commentary, the hot information.
Maybe Ant has no problem calling everybody that doesn't agree with him, or even tacitly agrees with him, fucking idiots. But we don't feel that way about you people. Without you guys, this would be nothing. This wouldn't even be a single thing worth it. And I really mean that. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry if we belabored the point too much, or if we paused too much.
I was going to say,
but there was just so much to cover. There was just so much.
I hope everyone enjoyed this perspective from inside of Ant's mirror at home. Because legitimately, the entire video just felt like he was talking to himself. It was just like both in the sense that he was just had a voice in his head.
And if I had to give him any advice, because I feel like deep down he could be better. I started this stream saying that I feel like eventually one day he could be really good at this, but he's not right now. My biggest advice: don't do the filming yourself thing. Yeah. I don't need to see your face. Just give me your voice. Make a cartoon version or some sort of thing, so then you can re-record your lines over and over again in a more comfortable setting. Because if you sound more confident, that might
Critter,
help.
that takes effort.
Take a single
what we're trying to say,
class.
What we're trying to say, Anth, is no, I'm kidding. Well, actually,
I'm pretty sure that the majority of people, like, not everybody, obviously, but there's a big chunk of people that I used to follow who used to do avatars who now do like their actual faces and stuff. And I'm pretty sure that the reason why they do that is specifically because using an avatar and having to animate that avatar, or having to switch the avatar out or things like that, that's harder work than just having your face on. Having your face on there is lazier content.
Yeah, it's a pain.
Yep,
like,
quote.
But I've come to really like having the avatar, because I can sit here and do what I want off camera. I can just I can be like, oh, I can go get a drink and no one is the wiser unless I have to call it out. Like I can do what I need without like breaking the flow of everything.
Yeah, but like, fact of the matter is, the core of the criticism and what was it? Yeah, the source of the criticism and advice is this: get your head out of your ass. And I'm saying this genuinely here, Anthony. I'm not trying to belittle you or anything. I'm telling you the goddamn truth. Get your head out of your ass, rewrite the script, take some pride in your damn work, and actually explain to us who the hell you're talking about and why these people fit the whole umbrella of bad media critics. Because as far as I'm concerned, the only bad critic I see is the one that I am looking at right fucking now.
Take everything you did with the Anita section and do that for every section.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. Or if it helps, break it up into different videos, cover different topics per video, and like have it under one major umbrella that you can have spanning multiple videos, like a series
cover
of
different creators. Like you can do an iDubbbz content style and analysis series on all of these different creators. You don't have to cover every single video, by the way, obviously. Like, I always operate under the rule of threes, right? If you can prove like 3 of their videos is consistently really, really bad, I think that's a good enough track record to say that, yeah, there's something funky is probably going on here. But if you do something like that, you could go far, my guy.
I was gonna say, like, my recommendation is consistency, man. One thing that really got me, that Critter just blindsided me with it, was, hey, where was this nice part where you're trying to softball Anita and Lily Orchard? Where was this with Critter.
Mhm.
Not just
Yeah.
Drinker. Fucking
Drinker.
With the Drinker or with Literature Devil or with any of the other people you cited. You were
Mhm.
not consistent in your approach. You didn't do the same thing for each of them. You should have. You should
Yeah.
have. And
Yep.
because you didn't, it made it look even more bad faith and biased. If you want to escape that, that's how you do it.
And also just understand people better. Understand people better, man. Like at the end of the day, every single one of the people that you talked about in this video, even the ones we dislike and are kind of horrible, miserable people like Lily Orchard, they're all people at the end of the day, and they all have differing reasons, even if they're in the same political camp. They all have their differing reasons for why they believe the things they believe. Maybe actually go into their videos to understand why they do so. Or maybe, since you have a big enough platform and pull, maybe you can talk to them. Who knows? Go far, man. You got the power.
So don't make sweeping generalizations about people, especially not audience members, because nothing is going to deter. Like, if someone was, like, listening to your video, and usually they agree with all the people you disagree with, and they're like, yeah, maybe this ant guy has something, maybe he means something, maybe he's onto something. Nothing is going to kill, like, their spirit. Nothing's going to take the wind out of their sails more than you implying they're too stupid to understand these kind of things. Don't sit there and talk down to the general audience. People are smarter than you think.
There is a person that I responded to in the comment section of our last stream. And I wanna repeat a small segment of that because that was a very long response. I said, but I will point out that if you or Ant or anyone does not try to genuinely understand the reasoning for why someone is criticizing something, be it because they're right-wing and all lefties bad and blah 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 blah, or anything else, then you are also the problem. It takes two to miscommunicate. The onus is also on the viewer as much as it is on the YouTuber for a proper communication to happen. If all you're doing is screaming names and accusations because you don't agree, then there's nothing really to be said.
Yep.
Yep.
Got nothing else.
Yeah.
That's about it for me. Also, hire a fucking editor, dude. Jesus.
Oh boy.
So I guess fan art now. Once I think
Yeah.
Raymond walked away. Once Raymond comes back, we'll do fan art because he's in
All right,
control of everything.
All right,
He's
status report. Status report. Chat.
Sorry,
Is
I
everyone's
stepped out.
brain cells still intact?
My mom's getting in tonight, and Dad just wanted to make sure I was being the one to pick her up. All right,
Yeah.
fan art time. Yeah.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Go to Jacked Art. Go to Discord button. Discord button.
And
is
the
not
winner of this championship shadow boxing is the people in Answer. Dude, so much shadow boxing in this video.
All
It
right,
is
so here we
unreal.
got.
It really is.
Twilight raging at her Discord on phone, interrupting and staring at her during her recording, which I think is just adorable.
It is.
I'm not entirely. I guess it's just because you mentioned you were eating, but this is what Kaiser looks like when he's eating.
I look like I'm from the friggin' Jetsons.
No, you're from the
Jesus
Teletubbies.
Yeah, that's the Teletubbies.
That's the Teletubbies vacuum.
Oh, okay. I forgot all about that one.
Must be before your time.
And then here's me, basically through this entire video, shaking hands. Like, why are you saying these things? Gotta admit, really uncomfortable seeing the bird with teeth. I was like, why does this image look so weird? It's the bird teeth. That's
Yeah. But it sends the message, so.
Yes,
It is so good. I
All
love
right.
the art.
Thanks,
you
Derex.
all. Yeah,
As
thanks,
always,
Derex. That was amazing. I thank you all for joining us. I had a blast, and look, as angry as this video made us, I think it actually led to some very interesting discussion. We actually,
Yes.
Oh yeah.
we all got, I think, something out of this, thankfully, which is the one blessing we can say about Ant here is you stimulated our conversation, which, you know, that's the good thing. That's it. We had a good time. You shouldn't have.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, thank you all so much for joining us, and I suppose we'll catch you all